Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Thursday. Agent. Satoru. Wallen, 620. Actually, we'll be doing the Machinist run first to get that out of the way. And then, if we have time, we'll start the Picto after. So we'll do Machinist first. I hope you guys are doing well. It's good to see y'all. Let me get a YouTube. What's up, Zevran? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Chill day. I finished up getting all of my Echoes of Aincrad up and ready to go. Not like all the way through, but like basically they'll be posting throughout the next 3 weeks or something like that. So that's good. One less thing to worry about. And let me get the YouTube shorts set up here, and then we will pop into Machinist. This is gonna be like a pseudo speedrun for Machinist. We went through like the first 30 in like an hour. Tuesday, which was great. So I heard Twitch is having some issues, but now, as is my YouTube. Okay, here we go. Okay. Happy Thursday, Wallen. Happy Thursday, everybody. It's on. Get this going. I hear the PoE 2 is going to have a fresh league next week, but I don't think I really deal with it until maybe the end of November. Like, it's not enticing enough for me to go for it. That's pretty much the only big deal. It's like not enough for me to want to hop in right now, especially because I'm like very much knee-deep in Pal World. And Pal World has been... Pal World has been overwhelming for me. So I'm trying to take it slower. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to take it a little bit slower because I'm getting like overwhelmed with that game at the moment. Which is good because there's a lot of things to do. It's just basically trying to figure out what I need to do. That's the problem. But I've been having a good time with that game. Okay, Machinist. Boot up. Alright, this is definitely more, I would say, more relaxing. Don't care for score. Just want to basically get the clear. This was a request from someone in chat, so we're doing it because of that. That's really the only reason. Hello? Music? I was gonna say, I thought the music didn't start. Here. The running gun. Hello, my enemy. Yes, sure. Found it. Be kind of fun just doing like single pulls all day. Not gonna lie, on this class in particular. Dang it. Hey, Cat, earlier today I learned that Paladin 1 minute burst drift away from the mid 10. Yes, all 1 minute burst drift away because the boss rotates in like I think 40 seconds. So like usually how I've seen it was that you can do like your 1 minute twice and you have to skip the third rotation. So you have to like, depending on what job you take, you can alternate your AoEs so that you'll have like something like a third AoE on like the third rotation. At least that's how I usually plan it out. But yeah, it's a very awkward boss, and it's really interesting because I think it almost feels like it's a preview of like what's to come with Evolve to some extent. Where like, you know, it was like they're going away from the 2 minute meta, and that boss in particular was like not any meta whatsoever. I mean, it's a 40 seconds. There's nothing in 40 seconds. I mean, maybe like one or two abilities in 14 that are like 40 seconds, you know? And I liked it because of that, because you had to like rearrange your rotation at some point because it was gonna misalign at some point. Evolve gonna be wild in Deep Dungeon? Actually, I think ironically, Evolved might make that boss easier. But because I think the kit would make more sense. Because if you're looking at, let's say, like 20-second rotations or even 15-second rotations, like, it doesn't matter. It becomes less of a threat. That one in particular, I think, will actually get easier. Because you'll have a burst. Wish they remake POTD and make it prettier. The design of the floors still didn't get Necromancer. I keep dying Behemoth. A lot of people die in Behemoth. Behemoth is a wild child for sure. Wish they would remake POTD. That sounds fun. I'll take a remake of POTD. Hey, Cherish, thanks for the tier 1. Let's go. That is huge. There's a ticker that shows above a chat about the Partner Plus program, and that tier 1 adds to it. So thank you so much for that. Means a lot. Hope you're doing well. The real trick that will make the boss easier is that all the moves will be AoE Evil Hold. Yeah, that also too, yeah. Yeah, cheers, shares. Bop, beep, boop, beep. Come out here, queen. Do the one thing you're meant for. Oh, I should have pulled the other one. Oh, whatever. Pull that damage. thing exploded. I will do the perversion, sure. Deep Dungeon Deep Dungeon Reborn. Yeah, right. That rolls off the tongue real well. Sure, I'll steal. It's gonna be really fun to figure out how to single pull things out of treasure rooms. I mean, I'm sure there's buttons that are in AoE. I don't think everything's gonna be in AoE, right? I don't think every single button's gonna be in AoE, so it really shouldn't be too big of a problem. If anything, like, maybe you have, like, your utility stuff, your roll jobs that are going to do that, you know? I don't think that's a problem. I think the lack of CC, if there is a lack of CC, might be the bigger problem. Oh, there's a votive here. Surely it's something positive. I haven't seen a devotion yet, though. Would be funny, everyone becomes a monk and starts body pulling. That would be great, though. I mean, okay, let's flip it and be like, yeah, actually, if the scenario that Aket said is there, then yeah, that actually would be interesting, because that would add difficulty. 100%. So... Oh, I'm being looked at. Oh, welcome. Do you have any tips for clearing a treasure room that contains the exit in 181? Okay. So, a couple things when it comes to high treasure rooms and those high floors, Cherish. Something you want to try to do preemptively. One thing you'll see me do a lot is that I'll navigate a lot through rooms. So like, we'll do a pull, but I'm also checking rooms constantly to see what's there. So we're not going to, like, let's say this room in particular, the one right in front of me, right? My goal isn't to clear all three. It's basically to clear the one thing that's going to be in my way, and to try to keep the kills minimum. And then also to try to navigate to the floor. So basically, like, what I usually do is I usually try to get, like, if I reveal the exit, I also did not already open the exit. If that makes sense. I want to know where the exit is before I actually open the exit with kills. Because what happens is you kind of reduce the chance of, like, running into a treasure room later on. Because one of the big pains in the asses is that you would like open the exit, and then you all of a sudden find the exit, and your scenario, the treasure room, comes in. So now every single kill out of that room is a waste of time, because you're trying to clear an area to get to the exit, but you've already opened the exit, right? So that's one preemptive thing you can try to do to make that a little less of a problem. Because one thing with the treasure room is that it's not necessarily bad if, like, let's say you enter the floor and then boom, there's a treasure room. Because you can get all of your kills in the treasure room, never check any other rooms, and then you'd be out in, like, the amount of kills that you need, right? So that's one thing. But let's just say that didn't happen. Let's just say you found the exit room, exit's already open, and it is what it is, right? This is just the scenario that happened. Sometimes you are doing the right thing, and you still find the exit at the very end of the floor. Well, the next best thing is to make sure that you clear a path, because you want to make sure that you want to get to the exit as quickly as possible. So 1NE1. 1NE1 is an interesting animal, because in 1NE1, you have the first half of the floor, which is way more tolerable, and the second half, which is a lot less tolerable. If anything, like, your priority, you wanna have priority kills. Like, you wanna kill the things that are going to block your way to the exit. So, very first things are proximity, which is basically chimeras. You wanna clear up the chimeras. So if there's any chimeras in one section, then clear it up. Now, one thing is, let's say, right over here, right? Let's say the exit is, like, that corner. You want to clear everything from the left side. So my character left, clear everything that blocks that side. Don't bother with anything to the right. Forget about the chests. Don't even think about the chests. Just be like, okay, I need to clear the exit first. And then you basically clear a path as best as you can. And then if you can get to a chest, great, but ignore the chest because you just got to get out of that floor first. But you take out priority, right? So proximities are real bad because no matter where you go, you're probably aggro. And then you kind of, like, see which of the sight enemies are kind of looking in that direction. So anything on, like, the far right, you can ignore. But anything in the far left, you have to take out. But then alternatively, let's say, Cherish, you have a room where it's a tight room. Like, you know, like, the room where it's, like, an upward staircase and it's, like, a little square box, and that's a treasure room? There's not a lot of movement space. So sometimes your best bet is literally, like, rage out of there. Take a double dip rage. Like, use the rage and just, like, go in, just clear up, go straight to the exit, and then just try to take that rage into the very next floor. At least you may get a floor wipe into the next one, and at least you cleared the one after that on top of the one that you're in front of. That's one thing that you can do. And one thing that you could also do is that even before you rage, you kind of clear the space just a little bit, like make it a little less risky. Alternatively, you can actually witching the room first and then go in and rage, and makes it a little bit safer so that you can just go straight to the exit after that. So that would be like, you know, oh well, there's nothing I can do, so I'm just gonna do that kind of plan. But yeah, you have a lot of options. It also is kind of dependent on the fact that you have, you know, a couple palms to use to make those options viable. But that's kind of where I would be thinking for. The bigger the room, the better in terms of trying to get through. But yeah, keep that in mind. Let me read your message, hold on. I haven't been close to any 14 content in a while. How do you like this new deep dungeon? It's okay. If I had to be honest, I don't love it, but this is all I've been doing for like maybe a good year, with a couple Palace runs and a couple Heaven on High runs here and there. I'm still chasing for the Omni clear, but I've definitely been going at it at a very kind of like slow pace. We've been doing it like once a week, with the exception of this week and last week, where I kind of just decided to get back into 14 because I just don't have another game to play right now. But it's one of the easier ones of the deep dungeons, and that is definitely well, take this in mind, Paul. It's one of the easier deep dungeons, I think, unanimously. And that can mean different things for different people, right? For me, I love a challenge. And being in deep dungeon for literally 10 years now, I kind of want the challenge to ramp up. So this didn't go in that direction. So for me, as the challenge seeker, it's not up my alley. Like, one thing I say is that, like, when I think about games I want to play off stream, like, okay, what do I want to spend my time with when I'm just, like, vibing and maybe, you know, waiting for stream time, or I got some free time? Doing PT is not one of them. I don't really want to do this on my free time, but I do enjoy it on stream. Like, I have a good time when we do it, so that's one thing to take note. Now, the fact that it's easier, like I said, it's not a bad thing, because there are some people maybe who are still hunting their first clear. Like, they haven't even gotten any deep dungeon under their belt. And this, I think, would be a very good introduction, or a good starting route to be like, okay, let's get something to at least feel confident about. And this one is a good starter kit for that. Personal ranking of the 4, 3rd place. I would go like Palace, Heaven on High, PTEO. My category of rating would be like fun factor. So like I definitely have a decent amount of fun in here. That was AoE, really? Okay, whatever. I don't care. I definitely have a good amount of fun in here. I mean, reality is I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't have fun. So I do have a good amount of fun when we do it on stream. I do high scores here, at least sometimes. Not in this particular run, but I try to go for a high score, which kind of adds a little bit to the challenge. You know, Palace and Heaven on High, like just a regular standard clear is already kind of a good challenge for me. But going for this, I kind of ramp it up by trying to go for a high score, so it kind of makes it a little bit more entertaining for me and maybe for you guys potentially. Because it increases the chance of failure, if you will. EO is just very, it takes a lot of my attention, which makes it a little tricky when you're trying to reach out and you're trying to, like, converse with you guys. Like, EO is tough for that. PT is not as tough for that. So, you know, take that as you will. But one thing to note is that, like, I probably have already done more PT than EO, probably. And I don't mind going back here on stream. I may not do this off stream, but I do have a good time doing it on stream. So I think that counts for something. And you're welcome, Cherish. I hope that advice helps you out. PT is very nice. It is aesthetically nice. I do like it. It is very pretty. This is a purity, right? Because I checked it like 3 times. Purity. Oh, I got a yesterday. I got accepted into a playtest for a game called, I believe it's Farmbotics. I think it's called Farmbotics. It's like, I think partially an automated farming sim. It looked pretty good. And I was trying to think about, they do allow me to stream it. I was trying to think about, do I, and if I, or when I try that out. And maybe I think about that mid-September, depending on how Beastmaster goes. I was thinking about squeezing it in maybe like next week, but I'm gonna stay at 14 for the week. So, but I'm thinking about that game. I don't know when that playtest will last though. That's the only thing. Would like to kind of try it out, but I did get a thing for that. And if anything, there's nothing really else on the radar. PoE 2 announced a fresh league start next week, but I don't think I'm gonna engage with it. Only reason is because they do have new content there, but they're not doing any balance changes. So, like, however the game was at the beginning of 0.5 is basically the same with just new content. So I'm not really interested because I wouldn't be really investigating new builds or something like that. But I might go into PoE 2 maybe like a little prior to December 11th, which is the 1.0. Maybe get a little bit of practice before the actual 1.0 comes in. So I actually may do more back end doing PoE 2, like maybe like 2 weeks before, a week before. So and like Thanksgiving time, whatever. But not next week. We'll just kind of stay on par. Because I'm also trying to still I'm slowly playing with Pal World off stream. And I was saying at the beginning of stream, Pal World is very overwhelming. I'm getting overwhelmed with the game, so I need to like kind of slow my pace down a little bit. I'm enjoying it, just there's just a lot. it's just a lot coming at me. So it's fun though. I have a good time. I like the final EO boss, funnier and more mechanics than the others. I have played PoE 2. I did not PoE 1 though. I don't actually like PoE 1 that much, but I love PoE 2. We've been playing PoE 2 since the early access release in 0.1. I do hardcore solo self-found. PB is 96. I've gotten to 96 in hardcore solo self-found. So I've been having fun with that. So you'll definitely see me do December 11th. We will definitely be all over that one when that comes out December 11th. The duelist looks appealing, but I'll probably squeeze out Huntress at some point, or if they do something with Witch, I'll probably go Witch. Of course, and Hardcore! Of course I would! Yes, that's right. I'm too much of a challenge junkie. I need a challenge. Well, sometimes. The challenge for me in Pal World is just to enjoy it. Actually, that's not even a challenge. I'm just trying to enjoy the game. It's like I always need, for me, it's that I don't always need a challenge. I need, like, it's almost like I have, like, a category of games that I would like to fill at any given point. So, like, my gacha games are good to go. My challenge game is, like, Path of Exile 2, Speedrun, or Hardcore. Or actually, we just finished Echoes of Aincrad, so that was my challenge game. And then I want, like, a nice, cozy, relaxing game that I can just sit back and, like, pay like 50% attention to, and that's currently Pal World. You know? I wouldn't mind something competitive. Maybe Beastmaster fills that competitive slot if it's actually pretty good. But it's almost like I want, like, one of each category, you know? I watched your video of you witching a room on Warrior, but I'm not quite sure if you can do witching like that. I wouldn't recommend it on Machinist, because you might get, you know, deleted because of the incoming damage. But witching prior to a rage is really a good idea. And I definitely would say that's like a nice safe play to do. I mean, unless you're burning witching because you're hitting luring traps, which could be possible, you probably aren't really using witching at all in Machinist. So may as well use it in kind of those situations, you know. I spent a lot of time PoE 1, really want to get into PoE 2, but I should wait. It's close. December 11th is really close. I mean, not much more time to wait for that one. Why don't I stream Pal World? Okay, not against it. Honestly, not against streaming Pal World. Here's my issue, Cherish. My current issue. I kind of like to do... if I stream something, I kind of like to make it a stream-only thing. So it's either I stream it or I don't. And basically it's just too close to... It's just kind of too close to Beastmaster. So I'm like, I don't really want to stream it right now. Like, if I stream it maybe like after Beastmaster, but not right now. So then I decided to pop open the game offline just to kind of chip away at it, and I've been having a good time. I mean, maybe I like pop it in here and there, like instead of doing like a new game or something, I'll just like showcase my progress or something. But it was just basically, it was just the time duration from now to Beastmaster was too short for me to start a new game. So I'm like, we'll just do 14 because my battery's recharged, and I can at least like feel a little less bad about the fact that I keep dying on my runs because I feel like my timer to get Omni is getting less and less. So this kind of reduces a little bit of the stress I'm giving myself about clearing Omni right now. You're surprised I'm not streaming it? Yeah, it's just simply just logistics. Nothing more than that. I wouldn't mind streaming it at all. I have a good time with it. But it's really just logistics. Because basically, like, I would stream it for, let's say I streamed it directly after Echoes of Aincrad. I would stream it for like 2 weeks, and then we have to go Beastmaster because I really want to go Beastmaster, and I would dedicate time to that. So then it's like, okay, I'm now gonna put it back on the shelf. And then it becomes like this conflict of like, do I not play it off stream, right? Do I just leave it there and like not play it for like what, 2 weeks, 1 week? I don't even know how long I'm gonna play Beastmaster, and then I might forget about it, and then I'll lose interest. It's the whole thing. So it's like, all right, you know what? We'll just do this. Make my life easier. If I hop into Pal World, I'll do it later. But there are a couple games that are coming out potentially post Beastmaster, so I might be taking a look at it. I don't know. We'll figure out IO, but at least I'm getting to enjoy the game right now. So, because like what I may want to do, this is what I may want to do. If I can like get pretty far in Pal World or get enough knowledge, I did entertain the idea of like doing a random world. Like instead of doing the standard vanilla playthrough, I would do like a random world with like random spots for the pals, and that might be kind of fun. Like a nice way to approach it in a different playthrough because it wouldn't feel the same. So, do I want to? Yeah, I'll try. Glad to hear you're able to keep your games fun and separate. Yeah. I set a lot of rules for myself with stream and off stream, but I think it works out pretty well, though. I mean, I really enjoyed the Echoes of Minecraft playthrough. That was so fun. Oh my gosh, I really loved that playthrough. What a good playthrough that was. I'm glad I was able to basically do it on stream, unmitigated, like no limitation, no nothing, just did it. And then we completed it, so that was good. Oh my god, Machinst. I kind of forgot how strong Machinst is, honestly. Hey, what's up, Beta? I guess that is your work game. Honestly, yeah, this is business. This is literally the business portion of things. Beta, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. But I like it. I mean, I look forward to these days, and that's one reason I've been kind of like maybe taking my time with 14 so I can continue to enjoy it. Because I think if I did this like the entire year, I'm gonna get burnt out before I ever cold. Machinist is so strong, it's hard to use the robot because the stand-up that takes so long. At least you don't have to worry about it. Just, you know, you hit the button and then she'll do her thing at some point. The ads don't even stand a chance. Oh, I had air anchor coming up. Oh, whatever. What I don't have... I can't use my wildfire. Oops. Okay. What gachas do I usually play? Currently, my current rotation is Arknight Enfield and Withering Waves, which I am very much up to date with those, thankfully. To Wallen's dismay, I think I've more or less dropped Honkai. I just couldn't sustain 3. I remember when we started Arknights, I had a couple people be like, how are you going to maintain 3? I'm like, I don't know, I'll figure it out. Well, fast forward a couple months, and basically the answer was I couldn't, so... yeah, I couldn't. It's like... Between managing the dailies, doing the end game, which I was really doing bad with already, like I was just falling behind, pulls were bad, and then I had no motivation to do all the extra events. I was just missing events constantly, so I'm like, get it. I was able to then like clean up everything for Wuwa and everything for Arknight, so I'm completely up to date except Arknight. But Arknight I'll finish. There's like one event that showed up yesterday that I intentionally pushed a little bit for a couple days, but yeah, Honkai was hard. And if one had to go, that's the one because I'm like the weakest now in Honkai. I feel like it's just going in a route that's gonna make it harder and harder for me to keep up too. So. Machinist is so... Oh, I read that already. I'm surprised you're not burned out from seeing the same RNG rooms every day. I think what it is that I was able to pace this out basically once a week for a year. Actually, this content is almost going to be a year now. I think it's October 6th or something, last year that it got released. I think doing this weekly was a perfect amount of time for me to maintain this. So I don't actually get bored from these rooms at all. And I think also changing not only the job, but the role, going from like tank to healer to range to melee to class, tank to like that. Like I think that helped change it up a little bit because I basically had a hard time remembering when the last time I did the run and then trying to readjust to like, you know, a faster DPS, a slower DPS. So I think it kept it fresh for me. But that 1 week thing was important, I feel like. And this will be an interesting time right now because I'm basically going like every stream day on 14. So we got like 2 weeks straight of this. until Beastmaster. But I know Beastmaster will cut in and take the time away from it, so that's okay. It'll change things up, so... May as well, like I said, I think the battery recharged really well, so now it's nice to kind of expend the battery a little bit and then recharge it again once Beastmaster shows up. So pretty to watch you dodge everything. I would have already died. Done that boss a lot. I think anytime you see me do really good in a boss, it's just because I've done it a little too many times, that's all. I mean, if I do a boss for the first time, I'm okay, but, like, it'll look pretty messy. It's just I've done it a lot. I never get bored at Fortnite and 14 PvP. I'm the biggest fan. I mean, you keep resubbing to 14. I don't even know why you do that, so... That's certainly a choice for sure. Okay, I have 27 minutes for pre-roll. Let's just hop on in. Surely I can finish in less than 27 minutes. Okay. Ada, what happened to Woowa? You're, like, so excited for Withering Waves, and then, like, you're falling behind? I'm ahead of you? What is going on? What is happening? Yeah, sure, I'll kill it. Didn't I mention Wuma like last week when I told you to finish the story? Yeah, that's a whole week! Ada usually DMs me every freaking day about Withering Waves. I'm like, holy moly. Holy moly. I like the one the event they just released. It was like the isometric simulated thingy. Forgot what it's called. I actually had a lot of fun with that, and I thought to myself, I'm like, man, I hope they turn this into a weekly because it was so good. Like, I actually really like that event they put in. Like, they put that into the weekly rotation. I'd rather do that than like the regular one. I don't know if you did it yet. Frailty's good. Nope. No! I didn't want to fight you! Oh, you have first. For you. I was gonna tell you I'm excited for Soming, but I need to see her gameplay first. Isn't her gameplay already out there? Huh? Me? I already told you, I'm saving for the SAO collab, dude. I'm waiting for 153,000 asteroids so I can go E6 on, like, Asuna or something. And, like, E0 on Kirito. Even though Kirito is probably the better character. Decision's already made, man. Gotta wait a year. I got a year to save. I got this. 153k. Guaranteed E6. You know what's actually hilarious though, Ada? It's a good thing that they're putting SAO in something like Withering Waves and not something like Honkai, because you're gonna have, like, if you do it in Honkai, you'll have this, like, issue where, like, Wallen could agree, could back me on this one, right? When they did the Fate whatever collab, and, like, the English VAs just refused to do the game. they refused to do the voice lines. So they're just, like, mute unless you put the JP actors in. It's like imagine putting an SAO into Honkai, and then they also refuse to do the VA. Like, I would never pull for them. Like, I pull for them because of, like, the characters that they're voicing. That's really the only reason. If they don't put in the English VA for SAO and, like, and Withering Waves, I don't pull the characters. It's that simple. Like, it's a completely different meaning if they don't have the VAs there. Real sleeper pull from SAO would be Len? Wait, who? Hold up. Oh, that's a patrol. Well, what's up, super spells? No! Okay, good. Perfect. I gotta worry about Lizard B over here. Shitting. Fate's good, but it's too long. The anime? I never got into it. She's the MC for... Oh, I see. I didn't watch Alternative. I didn't watch GG Alternative. Gotcha. That would be the sleeper. You're right. Will they bring any of the other support characters in? Any of the support characters, you know? Bring in, like, Xenon as the main one? You're too far from the target. Cool. Break the people's hearts by bringing Yuki into the... Oh no. You know, they could, they could weave that in with the whole, what is the thing that Imith was in? It wasn't the Void, right? Was that the Void? They just, like, manifest her out of the Void and just pull her out of it or something? What's up, Hugo? We said on Elizabeth if she was put in. I play the game. Well, if you bring in Lizbeth, then you probably bring in Silica, because those two are besties, right? So you probably have the two of them. Because they're probably going to do two characters, like they did with the Cyberpunk collab. So I just wonder how they'll weave it in if they do the collab. If Ada reminds me, it's a rumor. I know, I get it. Ada emphasizes it every time I bring it up. Laughs at me and tells me it's a rumor. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. This actually, Machinist was a chat requested run. I'm literally doing Machinist because someone asked me to do it, so we're doing it, and we're having a good vibe with it. I hope I can clear, because that'd be really awkward. I don't know what that first chest was, but regardless, it did manipulate my choices of pulling, because I think Imith was in the last banner, and I was trying to go for a C6 Imith, but I skipped because I wanted to save for SAO. So, you know, it is what it is, though. Yo, Mr. Marzu. Hello, I have a question. Is Summoner fun to play? Does it do any damage, or is it like 0 damage? Ooh. Okay. Well, let me put this out there, right? Technically speaking, Summoner could do 0 damage, but it could also still be fun. So that's possible. But that's not the case. So let's take it per Deep Dungeon. How about that? Palace of the Dead, in my opinion, it's definitely one of the favorites in Palace of the Dead. It's really good. A way that a lot of us like to describe Summoner. A lot of people can argue that Machinist is probably one of the more popular jobs in Palace of the Dead to clear to get Necromancer, with Warrior in there, and then you could toss in like Reaper and some of the other ones. A lot of people call Summoner basically Machinist, mine without the interrupt. You have Sleep, but you don't have Interrupt. And it really does play like Machinist. It's very strong, it has a lot of mobility, it's really good. Heaven on High, very good. Like, if anything... If it was good in Palace, I think it's even better in Heaven on High, because your burst is really, really strong in Heaven on High. You're just very squishy. That's the only downside, but you have like a defensive shield, which is really nice, and it definitely does really good in Heaven on High. Eon PT, I think they're fantastic too. You have a lot of mobility, a lot of damage. It's pretty high on the mobile damage, especially for casters in general. I think it's the most mobile caster by far. So you'll definitely get a lot of damage while staying safe. The only downside would be Ifrit's Dash. Ifrit's Dash brings you in, and that has definitely killed a lot of people because you have to gap close in, and you may gap close maybe unintentionally to AoEs if you weren't kind of being careful. But that's about it. It's a really good job. I do like it. I actually, Mr. Marzo, you're going to see me do, and actually a lot of the Deep Dungeon community. So we have this thing called Deep Dungeon of the Month, which was started by our good friend Mr. Omniross. So every month, the community kind of decides on a Deep Dungeon and a job to do per month. And this coming September is going to be Pilgrim's Traverse Summoner. So you'll be seeing Summoner in action. I'll be doing a Summoner run as well in September. So if you kind of want to maybe see it in real time, aside from watching any of like the YouTube videos that I have, because I have cleared Summoner already, that'll be a really good chance to see what Summoner looks like. So keep that in mind in the next couple of weeks or something. Thanks for the info. I'm level 91. 91. Okay, hold on. No. 91 in Black Mage, and man, I hate how I have to stand and can't move when I do my combo. It's so slow. That's fair. Yeah, Machinist. I'm sorry, Summoner. Yeah, in comparison to Black Mage, you'll definitely feel a lot more mobile on that job as a caster for sure. Hey Gims, what's up? Looks like Twitch is back on the menu. Shiv was like, yes, and I think a couple of my buddies were having problems even going live. That's how bad it was. But I think we're okay, so not too concerned with that. I didn't have any problems on my end. So yay me. Whatever, I'm going. I highly recommend GGO Alternative when you get a chance. So the story's fun, the animation's good, the music's amazing, you listen to the tracks. I'll think about it. I have to cancel my Crunchyroll subscription tomorrow though, but I'll keep it in the consideration. It's been a month since I had it, so I have to get rid of it. Everything in Heaven and High is squishy unless you're a tank, and that doesn't remain true till like 71 to 81. Everything is squishy in the highest floors. Yeah, that's true. That's really true. Well, I think it's just I have this memory on Summoner where I pulled a Mimic in max HP down, and basically the Mimic never touched me until it was at like 5%, and then it crits me for all of my HP in one hit. So that was my memory of Summoner with Pox on. So you know, whatever. Oh yes, here, Cherish. I'll give it to you. The Discord link is kind of purposely broken. It's kind of security measures. Discord is kind of rough when you have it kind of out there for links. I have no problem letting people in, but it's a little bit of a deterrent, if you will. And like, I thought about updating it, but yeah, it's literally security reasons, because there's just a lot of bots floating around with Discord, and it sucks. Yeah. No problem. Anyone wants it in the future, just let me know. I will definitely let you in. I have the link. Just gotta let me know, that's all. And then, like, because I've done that, Cherish, like, life has definitely been a lot easier. Like, I feel bad for the big Deep Dungeon Discord, the bigger one, because they're basically having to nuke a bot, like, every day, and it's like, I get it. It's just rough. So we barely have to nuke bots. Like, I don't think I've had to nuke a bot for like a couple months now because of that. I mean, it limits like who can come in, but in my head I'm like, I mean, if you want to come into the server, you're gonna be like you, who are like, hey, I really would like to join, like, you have the link, like, you're gonna like try a little harder to get in, and I'm like, okay, well, you're someone who wants to get in, so we'll get you in. Good little filter. Yeah, it's not even just me, it's also like all you guys, because like, I'm not having the problem necessarily, right? Someone comes in, they post bogus links, like, you guys are the victims. We have to clean it up, but you guys are the ones that are potentially going to get into problems, so we have to protect against that. It's crazy because the number one spot on leaderboard in my DC on PT is Black Mage. Black Mage is very strong. It's very strong. The leaderboard for Crystal PT is tied with Black Mage and Machinist, which is wild. Black Mage is very strong. It pumps out damage, especially in its current iteration. Actually, I should probably check this one. How about Picto? The other mage he's fast, but it's something better than Summoner. So, in a Deep Dungeon format, Pictomancer is very mobile, and the reason why is because you'll have a lot of downtime to get your motives up. But on a boss, Picto is gonna feel a little similar to Black Mage, because your motifs are gonna actually be like a longer cast than what Black Mage is doing. So you have to like spend time painting before you can get it back up. So bosses will feel like Black Mage, but floor to floor, arguably, it's gonna be a little bit more mobile because you'll have a lot of opportunity to get your stuff back up while you're moving, because that's an instant cast out of combat. Hey Blank, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Actually, even more so, Mars, dude. I think you're asking really good questions right now, because after Machinist, my next plan is to go into Pictomancer. That is the next job I'm going to be playing for my Omni clear. So, Pictomancer Summoner. So you actually are asking it at a really good time, because that's just what I'm planning to do. Yo, what's up, Cog? Chocobo noises. Delete Black Mage. Good luck. I need luck on Machinist.
Chocobo noises. Delete Black Mage.
Delete Black Mage. There's the #1 Black Mage enjoyer, Cog and TV right there. Thank you for the 41 months. I very much appreciate it. Just to give you guys, by the way, heads up. Tomorrow, I might be late to stream. I got a dinner to go to tomorrow, and I might get home late, and then I kind of can't really stay late tomorrow, so it might be a little bit of a shorter stream. It's like I have a dinner that makes me late for stream, and then I gotta wake up early the next day, so Friday might be a little spicy, but I'm going to really much hope that I can get the stream live for something tomorrow, because I hate missing stream days. Yo, what's up, Ross? How you doing? Happy Thursday. Ross was enjoying the PoE 2 race. I hope that was a fun, enjoyable one to watch. I was watching other things at the time, but everywhere I go, now the question is Picto versus Black Mage. Who is the king of DPS? That, I cannot answer that question. I don't know that answer. That's not my forte, so someone else will have to answer that. I like how Ross comes out of lurk because Cog resubs. It's great. I love it. It was close up to the finish. One death would have thrown the win. Dang. And was it sub 2 hours again? I really do kind of feel bad that I was practicing Huntress as like, this looks pretty good. Maybe you'll do okay in speedruns, not realizing that was the speed one, the fastest job in the Wild West. It's just, I mean, I couldn't put out the times for it, but I was playing the optimal job, and it feels good. Like I didn't have to learn Warrior, you know, or Merc. I just had to do that job that I already had a lot of practice in, but it is what it is. It wasn't destined for me to do that. Ross really came out of the PoE 2 race watching to shove back on my delete comment. No, the PoE 2 race is done. That's long gone. It's already done. Let's forget about jobs. Your movement are hella smooth using an MMO mouse. I am not using a mouse at all. This is my mouse over here. We're not using it. It is full hands-on keyboard. Hands-on deck. AK keyboard. Pull this. So on the bottom right of the screen, you'll see my keyboard UI. On YouTube Shorts, it'll be in the bottom, well, the bottom of the screen. You'll see all the button presses as we're going about. Why they were racing today until I saw y'all talking about Discord? Yeah, they're racing to go to New Zealand. And I feel bad, and Gormus did not get in. But I'm sure that he's gonna, like, find, like, they're gonna get him over there at some point, right? I mean, he was such a proponent for that speedrun. They gotta do something for him to get him over to New Zealand. Maybe just as a spectator or something. No, I am both hands on keyboard. We do not use a mouse. I've been doing this for now 13 years. Yikes, I'm playing this game too long. One person can't make it for whatever reason he's going. Fifth. Yeah. He deserves it, man. So much sweat and tears. Like, he was, aside from Guy That Dies, who, like, more recently has definitely been putting a lot of content out there, and I mean, his Huntress run was what I was studying, and that was kind of probably what led a lot of people to get into Huntress. But, what do you call it? I mean, and Gormus was the one guy who, like, never shied away from showing his entire run. Like, he just put it out there. This is what I'm doing. Beat me. Unfortunately, people did beat him, but that is such a gamer attitude, in my opinion. So the profile pick is Red Mage, but I would definitely say I'm probably more Machinist, because I've done a ton of Machinists in Deep Dungeon more recently. But the profile pick is Red Mage, and I would probably still say Red Mage. I don't really play Red Mage that much. I have 10k on my bar. Oh, you have 3 stacks? That's like 20k, Jesus. See, Cog, you could have gone... No, wait, what the hell, Cog? You knew about the race? We talked about it. Didn't we talk about it? Because we were joking about the fact that you go to New Zealand, and then you're like, okay, but if I win the race, then I'm not gonna go anyway? Something like that? Like, you actually said that to me. The hell? Literally know that there is a race. I had this conversation. Red Mage was the ODD. It was the ODD. Today, yeah, it was 4 weeks. So, like, today was the 4th time, so it was the 4th race, the last one. I'm not familiar with 3 of them, unless they're using, like, pseudonyms, but I know Guy That Dies got in on the 2nd race. He won the 2nd one. I know Picto damage was crazy when it first came out, but since then it's been rebalanced. Now Black Mage out-damaged it in terms of new raw numbers, though that's optimal play. If you can't play the class so well, then it's theoretically damage output doesn't matter. Yeah, and also I would say, like, there's definitely a difference in, like, Deep Dungeon for sure, because of that downtime and uptime and all that stuff. I don't truly know how to answer that correctly, like which one would be better. I mean, I would definitely say it comes down to comfort, too. I mean, if you just don't like Black Mage, then, I mean, Picto's there. But also, like, optimal jobs in Deep Dungeon is also, like, I think, a semi-weird combo, because it's like, what are you kind of basing it off of? Especially EOPT, like, every job can clear in a lot higher efficiency than, let's say, Palace and Heaven on High. So, I mean, to me, when you look into optimal decisions, you're looking at, like, either speedruns or score runs, which definitely is an optimal choice if you're only going for the raw number. But then each job is in its own category, so you're not really, like, you know, a Black Mage isn't really competing with a Pictomancer, if you will. It just comes down to what you kind of prefer to play. And I have always argued that your ability to play the job, whether it's both your actual skill level or your actual desire, does factor into your success rate. So, I mean, if I tell you that X job is the best one, and you try it out and you're hating life the entire time, you probably would have had a better time playing any other job other than that one. Because hating what you're doing for like 20 hours is probably not ideal. Hey Tarth, what's up, man? Like, I don't know what to tell you, it's like, you're probably just gonna play worse because you just don't like the job. To me, that's like very simple, but I know for other people it's not that quite simple. Help for you to see, it is a huge buff. Especially specifically in this content. Like, specifically this content is. I feel like I should have taken the Bark Bomb, but it's fine. We have, Angry and Tillian coming up. Picto is fun. PCT is fun. Can you imagine playing Black Mage when you hate Black Mage? Oh man, you know, it's tough for me to imagine that. As someone who did Astro Clear, this man speaks the truth. Astro, I justified because I like the challenge. But the job in itself, I mean, it's a pretty simple-ish job. I definitely wouldn't do it on my free time, but it offered a challenge. Traumaturge, play Traumaturge. How do I do a rotation? Hold on. Hit this button, hit this button, hit that button, hit that button, hit that button. Come to me, you little bug. Oh, I didn't focus target. What's the next month's Deep Dungeon of the month? PT Summoner. So my current route is that we'll complete this Machinist run, which was chat requested, and then go into Pictomancer for my own sake, and then go into Summoner for Deep Dungeon of the month. Haven't decided how I want to do Summoner, though. I think if I one-shot Pictomancer, then I'll probably do a score run on Summoner. If I don't one-shot Pictomancer, I'm not sure what I want to do. So I just want to get it done. Or if I want to set it up for a Monday, but I don't know. Maybe I don't do that. Beastmaster's coming in soon. Okay. Let me catch up a chat. Super Spell says, like, Viper and Ninja are on the opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of damage. Viper DPS is like 30 seconds to a minute faster than my Ninja when I tested on my Stone Sky C, but I have way more fun Ninja. Well, Ninja has a lot of utility in Deep Dungeon with the Sakuchi. Like speed of traveling is very, very good on Ninja over Viper. Viper doesn't have any mobility. Unlike Ninja, which is almost on demand. If I miss the clear by 30 seconds to a minute, there's a lot more optimization to do in how I progress through the floors than worrying. That's right. As long as you have your tool GCD rotating, you don't have you hypercharge within 10 seconds of the tool coming up CD, then you're doing Machinist well enough. Am I doing Machinist well enough? Because I'm just hitting buttons. Crimson is only 20% off, not enough. So I heard Ether Bunny, Gigolian, over the weekend. So they were just talking about games, and I think someone asked him like, "Is Crimson Desert worth the money?" And he goes, "No. It's not even like it's worth it if it goes free." And then he goes, "Actually, even if it's free, it may not even be worth it." He hates the game. He hated it so much. It's so funny, dude. And I think he put more time into it than I did, which is even funnier. I'm also at the point where I'm hitting buttons. It works for me, right? I mean, whatever. What's up, Remy? Just wanted to say thanks for all the work you put in. Guys, just got my necro a few minutes ago! Let's go, welcome to the club! Wait, you're texting from the bench? Is that what's happening? There's signal down there for some reason. I don't know how there's cell signal down in the bench, but there is cell signal, so, you know, taking selfies, you know. Text the career request. Congratulations, Remy, welcome to the club. Hell yeah, dude. That's a big win, and it's good to hear, because there's a good amount of people based on the YouTube comments. I mean, let alone people who aren't commenting on the videos who are going for Necromancer. So it's really good to see it. It's kicking in, so. Pauline, those elegant tombstones are getting real fancy. I know. They're putting cell towers down there. Juan, thank you for gifting to the new Necromancer, Remy. The Necromancer Remy. Or actually, no, it's Remy. No, it's Remy Scarlet, the Necromancer, because it's on the bottom. So. Hunter, hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Cog, you should come after Ross for having an opinion. You gotta dish it back, man. You gotta dish it back. Oh, Ross, did you hear? Wait. This will pull Ross in. Are you ready? The rating for 7 Revelations is maybe mature 17 plus. That's really gonna reel him in. That's gonna reel him in. I got him. We got him, guys. Gonna get Ross to play that game. 609 is a funny number. For what? I don't know. I just saw it like on Twitter for like 2 seconds. I'm like, okay. like literally when I saw it, I'm like, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I don't care. It's like whatever. As long as you don't like get weird about it, I don't really care. Everyone's getting all excited. I'm like, whatever. It's just, who cares? It's just they're probably gonna give you a little bit more uncensored. Good. It actually, if anything, whatever thread Ross was holding on to, he just like let go all of it because that even drives a further wedge into him wanting to play the game, which doesn't exist to begin with. So, if you thought it was over, now it's really over. Okay, I gotta hit ads here. So I'll see you in a bit, guys. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. We're gonna try to fly through Machinist. This is just literally, I'm just going for a clear. This was requested last week from someone, and I'm like, sure, I'll squeeze it in. So I'm doing it for them. So that's it. So I'll see you in a bit, BRB. I can always appreciate the original. Yeah. What jobs haven't I cleared? Hold on. I have it on a doc so I can get this correctly. We just did Reaper. So it is Astro, it's Dark Knight, Astro, Scholar, Pictomancer, Dancer. 5 left. Oh, and classes. So like Lancer, 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 Pugilists, Conjurer, Marauder, Gladiator. So 5 classes. No, I left it last. Oh, actually, well, Picto would have been next, but chat voted Reaper over Pictomancer, so I'm doing Picto next. Well, may not be as shocking as you think, though, because, I wanted to do Red Mage first, right? Because it's Red Mage, so I'm gonna do it first. Black Mage, I did a lot of Black Mage last expansion, and I think Black Mage came in after all the changes, so I was very interested to see Black Mage with all the mobility, and I really liked Black Mage. Summoner, I think a lot of, like, not you in particular, but the community was very excited about Summoner's damage, and it was getting a lot of high scores. So I'm like, alright, I'll try Summoner. That's pretty much what it came down to. So Pictomancer just got the short straw. That's all it is. Nothing against it. It just, literally everything else just was the higher priority. I do Pictomancer for MSQ. I play Pictomancer for MSQ, so, like, you would think that would actually be the job I'd pick first, but it just ended up being lost, that's all. No real reason other than the other ones just kind of took precedence. Alright, let's go. Picto feels really nice in Deep Dungeon. I like it a ton in Palace of the Dead. I didn't like it as much in Heaven on High. It was pretty good in EO, so I'm gonna be interested to see what I think about it in here. Let me take it in. How does PT stand up to the previous deep dungeons? I just got back to the game a couple years ago, and have solo PT up to 60 so far. It feels fun so far. So we did a survey of PT, and we had a decent amount of people give their opinion on the survey. And based on this consensus of everyone who did it, I think, was it like close to like 5,000 people or something? PT was fun, but very easy. Like a lot more on the easier side of deep dungeons. So take that as you will. For me, I would have preferred a higher challenge. So it's not as fun as it is the other deep dungeons, because I would have liked to have been, you know, stressed a little bit more and everything. But it does have a lot of quality of life that I think probably pulled a lot of people in. And that, I think, was successful for more of the newer players, you know? But it definitely is kind of unanimously the easier of the deep dungeon. And that can have a variance of understanding based on what, like, if easy deep dungeon is a good formula or not for you, you know? What's up, Willow? Good to see you. Remember when Picto was better than melee DPS in 7.0? Those were the days for sure. Heaven on High so hard as anything but tanks though. I tried as Reaper for months and gave up. Difficult. Wait, what did I pick up? Okay. Difficulty higher than my own skill ceiling. You'll get there, Pauline. Little by little. You know, that's how people chip away at it, little by little. We can all call it the beginner deep dungeon, which honestly is weird, right? Because it's like it's like the beginner deep dungeon for veterans is like the best way you put it, because it's like it's almost difficult to say like this should be the first one you should try, because what if the person isn't even that high through the story, then they can't actually do it. So like the default is like Heaven on High, go to Heaven on High because that's a better starting point, but like it's like a weird one to be the intro deep dungeon, you know? I think this time it's a little bit more, I think, agreed upon that PT is definitely more the starter one, in my opinion. Where, like, I was arguing EO is kind of there, but, like, definitely from what people were, like, eventually were experiencing, like, I think EO as the starting deep dungeon may not necessarily been a good idea. It has a lot of rough edges around for it. But it is what it is, yeah. It is what it is, you're right. Steal? Hurrah. I cleared Heaven on High's Dark Knight, and that was enough for me. Hey, that's all. That's good. You got your fill, you got your desire, you know? Not required to do any more than that. Don't be as crazy as me and do it way too many times. After hitting it blind for a few runs, I can totally see that. It feels a little simple. I'll take it. Cactus becomes easier. I'll just go the exit. We'll kill a bird. I have new content goggles on. Glad to hear most agree. Yeah. They put, I introed with Heaven on High because I want the title. I like the titles of all the other deep dungeons more than Palace of the Dead. That's fair. That's fair. For me, it's the reverse. I like Palace of the Dead the best for me, but there's a lot more than just simply the Necromancer that has meaning to me. I have a mini static doing Quantum max difficulty duty, and we saw in Rage last season. Ooh, keep me posted, Pauline. Good to hear, and I hope you're having a blast with that one. I did hear that Quantum was at least fun. The rewards were still kind of questionable, but it was still a fun content to do if you had a group for it. I personally have no interest, but... If you've never seen a deep dungeon before and you walk into PT for the first time, you're gonna hate life. I'll do it now. You're gonna hate life when you get one shot after climbing, after hours of climbing. Haha! The saving grace is that there are checkpoints. Haha! That's how Cock sounded. Safety. Wait. Okay. It's pretty fun. Hot potato was the hardest mechanic to wrap my head around, but we got there. Gotcha. Oh, it's like, oh yeah, that's like, yeah, hot potato. Yeah, I think that's almost like Elegant Rot. It's also the Capcom mechanic too, right? That's in that mechanic. You have to toss the debuff around. Always hilarious watching Ranswords kill the group in Heaven on High and Apes, yes, Apes the classic. I think, I still remember one time I was watching a group run in Palace of the Dead, and like a single Chimera just wiped them, like they could not handle it, and I'm like, this is so classic Palace of the Dead in the party. People just kind of panicked to the Chimera. You walk PvP blind in your first time in the 8th fill, you probably die in a few minutes and not be destroyed by the boss. Yeah, that's true. You're probably gonna get wrecked by the boss first and foremost. Yes, that's actually true. 410 boss is probably gonna give a run for its money, and then after that it might be a little bit of cruise control until maybe the 40s or 50s. My first real death was in the turtle. I think the turtle was the first thing that killed me. Floor 10, then 460 for me day 1. I can't believe he died in the cactus. Unbelievable. Willow, you gonna practice, are you gonna practice Huntress speedruns with me? We're gonna try to get sub 2 hours. I've never done a speedrun in my life. I don't know, it doesn't seem like a valid excuse to me. You prefer Hunter? Oh yeah, that's true. You're not a Huntress guy. Yeah. You're gonna be a duelist guy though. Okay. I know, I see it. My first death was a one-shot to being clipped by the horses. Yeah. Yeah, because that's a hidden telegraph, kind of. And that actually hits pretty hard without steel. I think, though, I saved myself on that one, because it's basically a similar mechanic in EO. They do the same thing in EO. So, like, that game knowledge kind of helped me a little bit. I plan on doing Iron Hero, which will take me at least a few weeks, LOL. Few weeks, says Willow Greed. Okay, hear me out. Okay, wait. This is Willow Greed. Okay, I want to translate the sentence that Willow Greed says. Okay, hear me out. Okay, this man wants to do Iron Hero. Iron Hero, what is that? First and foremost, let's define what this is. Right. Started again. Another thing started by Ross, who's doing Iron Mancer. Gonna do 21 jobs in Heaven on High. If you were to die in, let's say, the 3rd one, you have to start back at 1, okay? So, how many jobs are there? 21 jobs. Willow says, hee hee ha ha, few weeks. Few weeks is what, 3 weeks? How many days are in 3 weeks? 21? Gonna take me a few weeks, he said. He's gonna basically maintain a one clear a day pace. It's like, it's just gonna take me a little bit. That's Willow Greed for you. The crazy challenge. So Ross is doing his on stream on his channel, and he is currently 4 out of 5 done, 4 out of 21 done, leaving Astro last. Yeah, it's a great. I think it's a fantastic challenge. I don't think you're gonna see me do it, and the only reason you don't see me do it is just I don't have the time for it. That's all. That's like the only thing I don't. A few starts at 3, LOL. It doesn't mean only 3 weeks. I'm planning to run 2 per week. No. I know. It's just, you said a few weeks. And like, in my head, I went quickly to the math. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm gonna finish in a few weeks. Hee. Yeah, the soundtrack's pretty good. That's why it's in here. A lot of telegraphing and gacha AoEs in 4-1 to 30 can one-shot you at low 8 to full. Yes. Just taking it 1 week at a time. I think everyone is a potential fail, so not getting too excited yet. Do you feel the pressure, Ross? Or so like now that you're 4 or 5 at like done, right? Do you feel a higher pressure, or is it just kind of business as usual? You feel like at the moment, or you try not to look at the number. Going by all of the Heroes of Might and Magic game. Few is 1 to 4, several 5 to 9, pack is... What's the other one after lots? Isn't it like... a horde, right? What's the one after that? I'm gonna do Iron Pala World. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. Horde, Throng, Swarm, Zounds, Legion. Oh, Legion. Okay. Games, did you see that, I don't know if they fixed it yet. Did you see that they put up Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the original? And then the game wasn't the right files? So it was just basically like a 24 KB file? You see that? I did not, but heard you talk. But yeah, good old Ubisoft staying on top of their game. Like the reviews were just bombing it because like they didn't get the game. Like literally it was a ripoff because like you did not get the game. It's so funny. Ah! I didn't mean to do that. I'm committed, whatever. At least you should be able to read. Yeah. I mean, 2 hours, 2 hour window should be good enough. Like, they more than enough time to refund that game, but sure. I'm just gonna lock Asho to last as per Ross rules, but do a spinner on stream for what? For what to? Oh, a spinner. I'm like, are you gonna spin? No. You mean a wheel spinner? British lingo so weird. Spinner. Willow gonna do cartwheels to do. Willow, can you do a cartwheel? Okay. What? Oh. Oh, whatever. Part of the reason I didn't try and squeeze another Reaper run this month because I knew I was gonna start this soon and didn't see much of the point. Haha. Haha hee hee. So wait. So Willow. I know Ross's reason for this question. So was there nothing from Gamescom that interests you? That you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this? Or do you think like you're gonna do this regardless of what the hell happened in Gamescom? Like partially, like I was kind of like semi holding off on like maybe committing to a game because something cool might show up. You don't even know what Gamescom is. Gamescom, well, that's where the PoE announcement came out of. Gamescom, that's the gaming convention in Germany. So like they had a couple game announcements, indies, big games, you know, that kind of thing. Not as big as like let's say Game Awards, or not as big as I don't know the June stuff, but Still a decent amount of stuff gotta know. No, it's a convention in Cologne, Germany. Let's go. What do you mean? You don't like receiving an award and like having 2 minutes to say something and then you go straight to commercial with like 90 minutes of trailers? What? What's wrong with that? Actually, if anything, there's 2 games actually. Aside from Emberville, which I'm still kind of seeing if I get anything on that. Graveyard Keeper 2 did seem interesting to me. I'm debating that. I think that's end of September. So I'm on the fence for that one. You may see that one on stream. Because, you know, undead, zombies... Sounds like up my alley, right? But outside of that, nothing really. Some of my friendos are trying to get me into Witcher 3. I mean, PoE 2 wasn't enough to pull me in next week. I'll do that later in November. I got it for free when they announced it. Did I? Oh, did I? Ooh, I don't think I picked it up. Or did I? I must have missed it. Have they announced? No, not in 5.5. There's no balance changes in 5.5. That's why I don't really care about the league. Because they're not doing any balance changes. If they were doing balance changes, then maybe, but, you know. I'm gonna be shocked if Twister doesn't get nerfed now. Like it should get nerfed at this point. I mean, if the speedruns weren't enough to tell them to nerf it, then I don't know what to tell you. Oh, is that... Cog, are you gonna play that? No League of Legends for you? That's gonna be your new game? You're looking for a game to play. Maze Root. Steal? Sure. No LOL. I don't... Well, I'm sure it'll be happy and... I'm sure it'll be, more rainbows and cupcakes. League of Leg. That's right. League of Rockets. Well, I mean, he is into League of Rockets. It's true. I was seeing, some people, like, uber angry at the initial Fable combat reveal. People were going all over it. Calling it, like, bad and calling it dumb, and, like, I'm, like, looking at it, I'm like, I don't know, doesn't it look the same as everything else? I don't know what people are looking for. It almost actually reminded me of 16 combat, for the little that I saw. Actually, Fable is kind of enticing me. Like, it's looking pretty good. But that's all the way in, I think that's February. Which would be a decent time for it to show up for me. Even boss not flinching is really bad. Why have hard-hitting charges moves? You can't use them on bosses who getting wrecked. I get it. It's fair. I don't know, to me it just kind of seemed all the same to me. Like, people were being, like, super nitpicky. But also, to be fair, and to your comment too, Ether Bunny, I mean, if you're someone looking to buy the game, I think that doesn't do you justice to want to buy the game. You know what I mean? To me, like, I look at it, I'm like, it doesn't really affect me that much. It's like, it looks fast, and I'm in for fast combat, so I'm kind of okay with it. But, like, it's a fair concern. Wait, why did I dodge that one? Oh, whatever. Only thing I know about Fable is that they showed the town of Silverbrook. Silverbrook is my hometown. Oh, snap, dude. So when I play Fable, would you be upset if I burned the house, the town down? Rooting everyone and everything is part of is the best part of it? Wait a minute. I usually, if there's a morality part of the game, I usually go down the middle. I usually end up down the middle. It's alright, we'll get rid of them too, no big deal. No one will stand in my way. I'll probably play Goody Goody and then Chaos Incarnate. I'll just, you know, typical me. I'll just do whatever suits my fancy. If I play the game, But it is a little tempting to play that game, not gonna lie. And again, it would be at a good time. You know, maybe we wrap up a lot of the 14 stuff, and Fable comes out. You can squeeze it on variety days. Get 14 on maintenance mode again. Wait till Revelations. I don't know. We'll see. See what I want to do. It's so weird. Like last year, man. I was looking into 2026, and I was like begging for you guys to tell me a game that I could play. And now I'm like looking into 2027. I'm like, bro, we're locked and loaded for like the first like 6 months. Like I got everything lined up already. I don't gotta worry about games for a while. It's crazy how different each year goes. Does my YouTube broadcast? No, it does both. I do have both set up. It is a feature of Restream that I'm using that allows for the dual setup. Now, YouTube does have a dual setup similar to Twitch. You just need the bandwidth for it. It would be a different stream. So, how can I do this? There's a way for me to do this, I think. Ah, here we go. So, this might work. Check that one if that link works. What's up, Biftek? But like, if you go search for my channel, there should be actually 2 distinct links for them. There is a way, I think, with it, where you could set it up for a dual stream like Twitch, where it'll broadcast both onto one channel. The logistics for it don't quite work for me, though. Also, I have heard that, the quick things that I heard about it were that people thought it was actually worse, because if you do a dual stream, it won't show up on like one or the other. So like if you have 2 streams, you have one that'll show up on like a regular YouTube feed, and then the other one will show up on the shorts feed. So you have basically two avenues that it shows up. If it's a dual stream, I don't think it quite does that, but I didn't really look deeper into it. But again, logistically, I can't do that anyway, so... It's kind of a moot point for me. Yeah, it probably just... I don't know how I prioritized it. I wish I knew. That would be like, you know, a gold mine, but... Twitch is only horizontal. I really wish I could stream vertical on Twitch, but because of the limitation that I have on my connection and utilizing Restream, it's not possible for me. So basically, if I want to go vertical on Twitch, I have to not stream to YouTube, and it kind of sucks. But especially because they have bonus subs for people that are streaming vertical like this week. So like if you give 5 subs or something, you'll get a bonus from Twitch only if you're streaming vertical. Or dual rather. Is what it is. Maybe on the homepage I actually see the stream preview is vertical because I have it up. It is at the top next to a sponsored video, which is kind of neat. Oh, interesting, okay. Well, if you're looking at the vertical, how do you find... I mean, if you're gonna... You don't have to tell me, but... How do you find the layout? Is the layout good? Because I was trying to really tweak the layout to make it, like, as visually pleasing as possible. Because I tried to also put the palm list on there, so that's a little better to look at. Since I don't move it ever, or close it ever. Yeah, they'd be... Yeah, they're 2 different setups links at the moment. Essentially 2 separate streams that are going at it. It just gets tough to see everything for... Yeah. Because otherwise it'll be either too small or something. Kind of found the middle ground that I think is the best to go for. I mean, this is almost wider than when I typically do streams on, like, TikTok. When I put the shorts on TikTok, it's, like, a little bit wider than this one. I think the chat dominates too much of the space. Too much of the stream comparison. Okay. That's a good feedback. I'll keep that in mind. %60 chat. Really, is it that much? I mean, there's not that much. Wait, the chat on the screen, or like the chat, like the actual chat from the thingy? How does chat appear on like your phone? I don't even know how it appears on your phone. Maybe it's redundant, but then you don't see Twitch chat. That's the thing. I could totally make it smaller. I've seen that in other channels too, like they do like a little bit of a shorter chat thingy. The actual chat box, okay. Just have to think of a logical way to do it. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna maybe play around with it. I can send like a picture or something, or I would have to... No, you're good, you're good. You're completely good. I could just whip it out of my phone post-stream. I can look at the bot later. I can also see the preview too, but to me it's like, that's just what I thought was good, but I mean, like, a lot of times to me it's like, you guys are the viewers, I mean, it should be visually appeasing to you, like, it doesn't matter what I think. I'm not the one watching it. Oh, no knockback, right. Yes, you could DM it to me, yeah. Rip the speedrun, didn't get the speedrun. Oh well. Not that the can matters. Actually funny that because you can't get the speedrun on this one doing bigger pulls and I didn't do it in here. But I mean, we're also vibing, so it's not a big deal. But I was legitimately trying to go a little faster. Okay, thank you. I'll take a look at it probably post-stream. Like, I want to, like, look at it and then, like, think it over. Okay. So I saved the strength because I'm going to use a bark bomb here. Oh, okay, I see a message. Alright, hold on. Septium. Got it. Yeah, that's exactly how I have it set up, but I could also mitigate the chat a little bit. It's fair. I'm not actually over familiar with the preferences of what people do on shorts and stuff. So I'm kind of just playing around with it. But I think the aspect ratio for seeing a vertical on the computer screen doesn't place as well for chat. On a vertical for computer screen. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's more meant for phone, right? So it's more of the mobile thing. But even then, I mean, it's still gonna be on your phone looking like that. It's just a bit, it's just a large bit of blank space and made the chat feel enormous in comparison to the stream itself. Okay. No, I appreciate it. Because that's like the only way I'll know. It's like, you know, like I said, you guys are the viewers, so. And shorts is so tricky too, like, even more so is it like you gotta pull the retention quicker. Especially in a vertical like that. So I'm still trying to get that understanding of like how to set up videos or how to do certain things to get that retention better. On the phone it looks fine, to be fair. I feel like that would be the major target for the given format. I think it's still fair that I could make the chat shorter and less prominent. I mean, if you look at like the proportions of everything, then I can see the point of how like it's relatively large because of that. Like what's like it's almost like what is the most important part of the UI, right? It's like, if anything, it's probably the gameplay, and then it's probably me on the camera. Probably your two most important. So that should be the one that is like the one that takes more of the real estate. I basically originally my thing was that I put the chat in to just line up with that space that was empty. That's all it was. It was basically, to me, it was just like making it even. That was just, there was no other logic other than that. It wasn't about like what it was to the viewer. It was just basically I just made sure that it was in line in that spot. That's it. So it did its job. That's true. Yeah. I know, like, I think Sharp, when I watched Sharp have his UI, he definitely had, like, maybe 2 lines at most show up. But he had it on the bottom, and I had the bottom kind of loaded with like, the keyboard UI and the palm list. So, just have to think about it. Originally, I had it actually I had the chat, like, right onto the gameplay before. But then I had set it differently than I did currently, to be fair. I probably should hit ads here again. Yeah, I'll probably hit ads here. It's gonna take me a little longer than 30 minutes. Speaking of retention, new shitty Twitch feature. Anyone else seen the keeping viewers or viewers surging thing attached to others live people. Really? I didn't see anything about that. Is that a thing? She also mentioned that I have YouTube in theater mode, so that's also there's also, so that's also an aspect. Gotcha. Wait, is that the screenshot you showed me? Is that what that is? Yeah. Yes, Cog sent me the same, basically the same thing. So yeah, I mean this is exactly what I see in my preview, right? So if anything, like maybe the keyboard should be more centered because I feel like that's not proportioned correctly. But thank you, by the way, for the DM, Cog. I haven't seen that, Gims. Maybe that's why Twitch went down, because they had to install their new feature. Something they tripped up a little bit and they had to install a new feature. Okay, let me hit some ads here. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little on YouTube. We're just gonna fly through Machinist and then Pictomancer is the next one up. You can move the palms to the right side of the top. You could move the palms to the right side on the top and center the keyboard. But then where do I... Oh, and then leave chat where it is? Do you think that's better, though? Really? Because of the empty space, though. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a fair point because of the empty space. I mean, Nick, let me note these down. No. They need the reaction on stream. Come on, Kyle, you should know this by now. You've been doing content creation enough. You gotta have reaction. Gotta have the emotions. I'm all full of emotions. Mobile UI. Move palm list to top right question mark. Make chat smaller question mark. I'm PNG for a reason. You have more emotion on your PNG than I do. How does that feel? Okay, 3 minutes. I'll see you in a bit, guys. Thank you for watching. Cog's PNG exhibits more emotion than I typically do on a regular stream. Actual facts. Okay. Nice opening. Wrong button. It's a fair shout that it's meant for mobile users, so PC is not intended to experience stream. I just no idea there's two links into it. Yeah, the vertical is 100% for more mobile. So like, you know, that's more the target audience, but obviously you can still hit the link. You know, for PC, you just see both. Which is why I can also see why like the dual stream format is good, because no matter what you're looking at, it'll prioritize that. So if you open it on the phone, it'll go to vertical. If you open it on your PC, it'll go to horizontal. That's one benefit of that. But I also can see the commentary about just general discovery, right? If you're being posted on two different methods, then you technically have double the discovery. So that would be kind of superior. But like if you do dual stream on Twitch, that'll be what it is. You'll just be able to have the option to either go vertical or horizontal, but it's not like a double listing. It's not a double posting on their channel. Instead of worrying about it, swap to Twitch, sure. I do still get, I still get more people on the horizontal, though, like viewership-wise, than I do on the vertical. Like, even I, someone who I felt like was buying figures in stream, normally would have been out somewhere. Some today made partner. Typically, so typically, if you look at the, the chatter list, you can kind of tell too, because they will only show like the actual names that are in the chat, and the bots don't list on the chatters usually. Well, the other problem that Twitch was having was how it is very common for people to like anytime there's a badge or a drop in any category, like a whole bunch of accounts will basically just like go into a stream together and then boost their listing on the directory, and they could also not be playing the game at all, but they're just on a higher part of the directory, so you'll probably click into them to give them the revenue just by the nature of being higher in the directory. Look at Cog being the intelligence department for creators. Did you report it? Because you can just report it. It's good, I guess. I have partner benefits, but every other metric is based on sub count, and so the bad doesn't matter. Doesn't matter otherwise. Realistically, yes. I will never tell someone who's going for a partner push that it's not the cool thing to do. It doesn't matter. Like I'll never say that. But also, that's very true. Also, wait, my left. I think they just opened up some of the sponsorships now to affiliate, which was, I guess, partner only for a lot of them, so even more so. But I definitely will never, I personally will never, like, you know, downplay getting the check mark if someone is kind of definitely going for it legitimately. I think it's a pretty cool goal. On the flip side, it's also not a good idea to think that, you know, once you get the check mark, then opportunities will just, you know, come knocking at your door, because that's also not true. But, you know, don't set your expectations too high on that department. I mean, you're still technically the top, like, you know, 2 to 5% of the planet who has a check mark on Twitch, to be fair. Yeah, I think so too. Like, part of me still feels like that's not really a thing, but I'm not I mean, I've been on Twitch for so long now, I don't have that perspective anymore of someone who just hops in here for the first time, so... yeah, like, it doesn't cross my mind either. I don't, like, when I look at the directory to raid into someone, that's definitely not something I care about. I look at more the content than anything. But, I mean, it's still a thing. I mean, you know, how, like, to me, how do people discover channels on Twitch? Like, generally speaking, how would a random person find a channel who's never used Twitch to find a channel, right? I mean, I'm sure you have people all the time that are new to the platform trying to look around the directory. So, the old classic, you know, search a directory, look at the listing, go for the channel. That's kind of how you do it. There's no real other way unless you're looking on outside sources. Look at Reddit, look at, you know, YouTube, finding kind of clues that way to see where you go. But it's kind of just a very basic thing like that, you know? Not yet. I have only found channels from mates or recommendations or seeing some in chat stream. So like, I would say early on, I was sifting through directories before to look for channels. But nowadays it's almost like it's a combination of I don't really have time to look to channel surf. And also, with the amount of people that I typically watch, I basically almost have like a full, nearly 24-hour schedule of someone to watch. So it's almost like I don't really need to look for something else right now, you know? That makes sense? Like, if there was like a big gap of like, I have nothing to watch in this hour of the day, then it'd be like, okay, who can I check? Who can I watch? But usually nowadays, I definitely look for like friends of friends, personally. You know, to check them out because they were probably talking about them, but that's also just being on Twitch for so long. You should go check out a specific game, then find someone there. Yeah, I think the way I play games kind of lends to that a little bit, because I don't think I would ever look into a directory for a game that I would just happen to want to watch, right? Let's just say, like, I'm a big Final Fantasy Tactics fan. I'm not gonna kind of randomly all of a sudden go into the directory to see if someone's streaming it. I guess very... like, I never do that. Nothing against that, I just would never do that. But also, like, even if it's a game that I'm looking to play, I wouldn't be looking at Twitch to look for information, because I wouldn't really want to get the information to begin with, you know, because I don't want spoilers and, you know, all that stuff. So. And I mean, personal recommendation is something I can stick around in. Twitch recommendation, never. Twitch recommendation, sometimes I'll get channels that, like, I've heard people talk about, so I'll gander that. So that's actually, I do kind of at least look at that a little bit. So... Oh, you got the chest. Oh, he's this way. Snack! That's our good buddy Snack. Deep Dungeon Extraordinaire of the community. What's up, Snack? How you doing? How was Strum? If you guys want another Deep Dungeon streamer to watch, you got one right there. Snack will offer you some Deep Dungeon gaming on their end. Hope you had a good time. Welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Andrew Lehman. We are doing a impromptu machinist clear, because, rather a machinist climb, because someone in chat asked me last week and I agreed, so here we are, we're doing it. Trying to, like, kind of fly through, no real kind of category here, just clear. So I'm just kind of vibing with chat, and we're just trying to just get up the forest, basically. Was doing some Heaven on High Viper. Did I get the steal? I did. Ended at... Ooh, nice. Okay. Okay. Sounds like a nice way to start off stream the next time you go live. When will you continue that file, Snack? What's the game plan for you? Also, just a heads up again, tomorrow I might be starting a little later, maybe like an hour later. I have a dinner tomorrow night, and I might get home late, and then on top of that I have something to do the next day in the morning. But I don't want to miss a stream day, so I'll really try to get something in. But if it gets like a little too late, I may cancel. So definitely look at Discord if I post it. Like if I don't get home till like 11 or something, then I'm just gonna cancel it. like that's kind of... It's kind of silly for me to stream at that hour, but hopefully it doesn't get to that. If I get home like before 10, I'll go. If it's after 10, then it gets a little dicey. Probably tomorrow. Gotcha. Alright, there you go. What time you going live, Sinek? What time? Maybe like 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Eastern? If I'm not around, at least you can entertain the masses. My right. Most recent new person I started watching was someone in Aaron's chat that I thought was funny in their chat, and then I saw the same name. on the platform and went, huh? That has to be the same person, right? Now I listen to them on stream, and since I already thought they had a good personality, there you go. I feel like I actually have a good track record where, like, if there becomes a time when I need to look for a good stream, I happen to pick good ones. Just for whatever reason. It's like, you know what, I kind of want to check someone else new, and then boom, you kind of sit in their stream, you're like, oh, you know what, I like it. Not too bad. And they become like, you know, especially, and I think that's what's important too. It's having that kind of consistent schedule. You know, they're always on in this hour, they're always on in this day. Because then you kind of think, oh, it's this time when they're on, and then boom, you get them. I think that's a pretty important thing. Usually around 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, there you go. So if anyone's looking forward to a possible Viper Heaven on High clear, I know we've been getting some discussions about people looking for specific jobs. We just had someone talking about Black Mage and Pictomancer and Summoner. So yeah, if you're listening, you're looking for that, then you get a Viper Heaven on High potential clear. Potential clear. I don't want to jinx it or anything. So you would never recommend a raid Ross or Cog then? I raid into them all the time. What are you talking about? You need to... I mean, you're pretty consistent, Ross. Cog, different story, but at least you're pretty consistent, you know? Wow, dang. You guys are selling yourself short. I usually do same days, but almost never same time. Yeah, that's kind of true, yeah. I mean, more or less, you know. Meanwhile, I'm like a freaking, like, you know, madman with punctuality. It's like if I'm 10 minutes late, I make a huge Discord announcement. Guys, I'm like 10 minutes late. Hold on. I'll be right there. That's alright. I mean, to me, it's like, I think either maybe I'm too old for it, or like, I just don't care, but, I mean, I can take care of myself, so that's all I care about. Whatever the other person does, I mean, that's just whatever. I'll kill time, I'll fill in time, whatever. And then if, like, to me, it's like, if I'm dealing with someone who consistently is always disrespecting my time, then they don't have to be in my life. Like, I just give someone else the time that can deserve it, right? Just move on, it's not a big deal. To me, it's like, whatever. I have a lot of patience, but also, you know, don't abuse the patience. Not that I've ever had to do that to anyone, but like, you know, I just don't stress about it. You're on time, you're not on time, nothing off me, I don't care. Okay, the one thing that probably kills me, I better be careful. Maybe if this interview that I had today provides a new position, I can actually be able to have instead consistency. Yo, is it gonna be less physical now? I think consistency is king, so I think it's good. It's good you always do the same in or alert if you can. Yeah, I mean it's something that I definitely pride myself on. I mean, you know, bless my parents raising, because I think if my parents weren't like strict on that, then I wouldn't be what I am now. But I think it's definitely something that I pride myself on, because I just think it's important. For me, again, I think it's important for me. It's how I want to conduct myself. It's not how everyone should conduct themselves. It's how I want to conduct myself. You know, you have a time, you show up on a time, and it's a nice little habit people can get into. Much less physical. I interviewed for 1 or 2. Good. I wish you the best of luck. I know you've been gunning for that for a while, and I wish you the best of luck. My dad is super strict about being in time. Somehow skip my generation. It's okay. There's definitely one time where I got to kind of see with a really good friend of mine about like they're usually not on time, but I kind of saw the inner workings as to like why they're not on time on most cases, and I kind of give it a huge pass because I'm like, life, it is what it is. I mean, it's just like you try and then shit happens and then you're just not on time. You know, what can you do? Some people, like, there are people, like it's a joke in, with Filipinos. Like, I'm sure it's with other cultures and everything, that they call it Filipino time. Because it's almost a stereotype for Filipinos to just be late all the time. Like we're talking like an hour late, like 2 hours late. Like, it's just a huge stereotype. And so you would like give like, you know, let's say you had to meet at 10, you'd be like, okay, make it 9, and then they'd be there on time. Like, that's the thing. But like, being like a couple minutes late, it's kind of whatever. Like, not a big deal. But when you're like chronically late, and for like no real reason other than just being irresponsible, then that's completely different, you know? Snack gets it. Snack gets it. That's why, that's also probably part of the reason why I'm also like very, prideful about my being on time and punctual, because it's almost against that stereotype in a way. Not that that really, I don't, like, I couldn't care less about stereotype like that, but like, it's just, you know, I'm against it. What DD is this one? This is the 4th Deep Dungeon, Pilgrim's Traverse. It was released in Dawn Trail. It is based on kind of the Shadowbringer theme, but it is the 4th one with a 100 level cap, 100 floors. That is what you're watching. I hate how I have to be partially paying attention right now. My partner lies to me somewhat often about when things start. It's okay, as long as you have a mutual understanding, it's all good. Like that wedding I went to, she did actually lie a full hour about it when it's the, hey, look, you gotta get shit done, man. You gotta get shit done, so... But I think that's where also that's consistency, right? Because I would imagine, Ross, you are... If you're not on time, you're consistently not on time by a certain amount of, like, minutes. So as long as you stay to that schedule, then it's fine, right? It's predictable, it's whatever. You know? And it works. Alright, let me pay attention to this one. I gotta pay attention to this one. Okay. I try to be punctual for IRL stuff. I always get to events early. I remember there was one, like, convention I went to, and I was there like 2 hours early, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's go, I'm ready. And I was happy because I was just there. I was on site. I didn't have to worry about things, you know? That's just what my preference is. I got a friend who's never on time, where we going to help his mother with something. She calls him, wonders how long until we get there. 5 minutes. We hadn't even gotten to the car, and they live like 15 minutes away. I'm a little bad with time judgment. When someone asks me like how long will it take me, I usually totally undershoot time. I'm trying to be a little bit more careful for that. But that's one reason why I prefer to be early, because then I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. But you know, when like now they're like kind of reliant on you being there in a certain time, I kind of usually get the time wrong. Usually I say like I'll be there in 10 minutes and it takes me like 25 minutes. I just completely botched the prediction. 15 to 25. Yeah. I've always been on time to work. When my alarm goes off, I'm out of bed within seconds. But stream start, you pick when. It happens, it's all good. Nothing off me. Nope. Hell yeah, raid hype. Switching. I picked up a single incense. I haven't really been skipping chests either. Okay, this is the thing that killed my Reaper run. Oh no, it killed my Astra run, sorry. Let's not have that happen again, huh? One of the times I was going to China, I got to the airport like 3 hours early. My original shortest flight had been cancelled, but I was so early I managed to get on another one and still catch my damn. Well, I mean, to be fair, airport you should be there early, especially nowadays. It's insane, but you got benefited for that. Airports, you gotta be there. Like to me, 3 hours is like on time. But I guess it depends too. I mean, if you're in like a smaller airport, it could be different. If you're in like a major city airport, then yeah, you gotta get through all that security. Yeah, sure, haste. Okay, take care of this one. Take chest. Ooh, a strength. I guess I'm gonna hold on to it for now because I may not have anything for the boss. Do the boss raw. I haven't seen a freaking incense at all. So many buttons to hit on Machinist, I like it. I didn't have any problem redoing Machinist just for funsies. I did have a good time in this job. This was a fun job. guess I need at least 2 of those kills, huh? Okay. Hey Caddy, how you doing? I recently finished soloing Heaven on High. Congratulations, welcome to the club. I did it as a gunbreaker and had problems with timing out even though I really tried to save time. Hey, you know what? But you still got there, that's what's important, so... I think that's what you mean, right? You recently finished soloing Heaven on High means you got the clear. I hope that means that, or... You mean like you just went through a run and just wrapped that up. But... Yeah, I mean, look, going through, especially in the first time, like, it's really tough to kind of manage the time. You kind of have to start adding in strategies here and there to kind of figure it out. You know, like when I do it, like, obviously I have a lot of experience and there's a lot of strategies I employ, so my goal is to try to impart that onto you and to anyone else who wants to go for it, but... Aket says, well, that was worrying. I think my keyboard died for a second there. My first indication something was wrong so my character wouldn't stop running. Ooh. Oh, good. I have a bark bomb now. Heyo. That's not good. Did you, like, try replugging it or something? That'd be the first thing I try to do. I have lights on my keyboard, so, like, I feel like if my keyboard is dying, the lights would start to fizzle. But I don't know otherwise how to see if, like, I mean, I guess maybe there's a way to look at, like, the power input, maybe, like, to see if there's enough power. Caddy says on 80 to 90, I'd use Imaginite Strength and 2 Frailties, so I don't have to beat him time. Okay, okay. Well, at least you got through. I mean, that's still good prog. I mean, you know, maybe next time you do a little bit more, you do it a little bit more efficiently. But it is what it is. Like, you know, going through, you just kind of trying to feel things out, see what you can push, see what you can, you know, get through. But 81 can sometimes be very unforgiving, to be fair. Like, the floors can just give you some ridiculous amount of debuffs and also not help you. That's just kind of the nature of Heaven on High. But you got to 90, so that sounds good. The lights were still on, but the buttons weren't working. The replug worked, though. Interesting. I have sometimes, you know what happens to me sometimes? Like, very rarely in a blue moon, Aket, my game will change and change focus. Like, it'll just go through a different window. Like, let's say, like, something pops up. And in some respect, I catch it really fast because I have the game at a lower FPS if it's in the background. So, could that have been a problem too, maybe? Like, could that be a possibility, or do you think it's really your keyboard? You know what I'm talking about? Like, just all of a sudden a window shows up, and like maybe you don't see the window, but the game is no longer in focus, so none of your inputs are going to the game, it's going to that window that opened. Maybe like accidentally open something, you know? I have alt-tabbed a couple times by accident, just because of my key bindings and stuff. I mean, I'm prone to it, but that, you know, someone else may not be prone to it. 80-90 is my worst set for sure. It's a tough one. It sets the pace for everything. Like, how you do in that set almost dictates whether you're clearing or not. My ear is itchy, and I'm annoyed by it. My first instinct was to ask you if the text wasn't coming out. Oh, okay, so that's definitely a keyboard, gotcha. I'm getting too much lag spike in 14 at the moment, XD, says Ada. Okay, thank you for the heads up. We'll see if we get it on our end. Seem okay for now. Steal. XD. Fortnite? Dude, they didn't even bring out any news in Gamescom for Fortnite. Outside, the only Fortnite news I heard was that one of the Chinese robots during the Robot Olympics used a Fortnite dance. That's all I heard. Did Riot have anything in Gamescom? Were they just completely quiet? Fortnite, hell yeah. Okay, that's really mean. I was gonna get that chest, but now I'm not gonna get the chest anymore. Actually, I could still get the chest, I think. But you don't need news? I don't think Fortnite's doing, like spectacularly well, though. Like, they're still doing good, but they're not doing great, from last I heard. Did anyone, by the way, did anyone in chat watch the Netflix GTA 6 special? And did it change your opinion about the game? If you had one? Getting killed counted? Yeah. Yeah, they freed up some resources to do something else. Surely. Fortnite Classic? Like, because you're gonna play it, that's why. No one saw the GTA 6 special, alright. I didn't see it, so... What special? It was on Netflix. They talked about GTA for like, I don't know how many hours on Netflix. To convince all the kids to buy the game. Playing 5. I heard a lot of people saying 5 was not bad. And I don't think I engaged with GTA. I was going to, but I don't think I will now. Never say never, but I don't think you see it on stream, that's for sure. I'm sure it's gonna be a cool game, but those type of games aren't for me anymore. I used to love them as a kid. See, you probably have heard me say this a lot, but like my only justification is that I never played a GTA game. That's it. I want to experience it just to say I like it or not. Only reason, but it's pulling me away. I feel like it's gonna end up being something where like I go to my grave, not regretting the fact that I didn't get to try a GTA game. That's peak GTA. I just like people were going like crazy about the fact that it has like an 80-hour MSQ, and people like 80 hours. That's insane. I mean, I'm in my head. I'm like, you must never have played a JRPG. 80 hours. That's like a above average JRPG. But whatever, it's fine. It's so amazing. I'm so super mega hype excited for it. You guys just dislike Epic Games like GTA. Are you even gonna play GTA? What the hell, dude? You can play GTA 6 on your Nintendo Switch too? Oh, you play 3 Vice City and St. Andreas? Yeah, I played 0. Poison fruit! Didn't work. Let's try again next time. Intuition. Am I supposed to get that storm? We had a storm today. It was a freaking deluge of water. I got a big downpour here. I don't know about the weekend though. I think the weekend is kind of clear. I literally have to look. I might look in between fours. I'll take a look at what it looks like. I had a big storm today. Not too bad though. Didn't knock out power or anything, but it was a lot of water. We had a major flood watch. I only played GTA 5. I don't think I could go back to the older ones. I mean, I can't go back to older games, let alone older versions of a game. Let's see, what's the weather like? For me, tomorrow is cloudy, Saturday is clear, Sunday is rain at night. Alright. Oh, hi, it's the boss. What's up? Out. Oop, come on, bud. We go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. Barely gonna survive one rotation. Played a bunch of GTA 4, then eventually got bored of the story and installed a mod where cars can have a ton of negative friction and move, and had a few hours of fun trying to drive a lap around. Actually sounds kind of fun. Kind of fun to see, like, a lot of you guys really had fun with the old GTA. Oh, I think it's this one. I didn't really pay attention. Hi, good. Nice and clean. Hey, I am now finally 100 on Machinist. I can't believe I wasn't 100 on Machinist, whatever. Actually installed a mod. Actually installed a mod is too sophisticated and messed with the numbers itself. Dang. Remember San Andreas because you had skills that you leveled up. RPG? In Gran Turismo? Yeah, I don't know. Game's gonna be game of the year. Parents are gonna buy it for their kids. They're not gonna realize there's full-on nudity in the game, and nothing's gonna happen. So, oh, Gims, I see what you're talking about here. I'm just looking at Twitter really fast. Twitch is running a limited test of trend labels in the sidebar that show if a stream's viewership is surging with a green arrow and count like +1 circle 216 holding steady as keeping viewers or tied to recent rates. Creators, especially YouTubers, okay, I'm not gonna say who that is, who asked if it's out to ruin mental health. So it's like a stock? So you gotta look at stocks now. Nice. You gotta look at Twitch channels like you're looking at stocks. It's Cog's fault, that's it. That's it. I'm blaming Cog. He doesn't like see numbers? No, so it's more, it's not when I'm live, so I don't see it. You as the viewer, when you look at your, from my understanding, is when you look at your sidebar, right? Or actually, it'd be like here, so wherever your freaking sidebar is. When you look at your sidebar, and you see the channels that are listed, right? You have like your follows at the top, and then you see the Twitch recommended, and then if you're watching a channel, it's like, oh, this channel also watches these people. So my understanding is you'll see now another label that as those channels are populated in real time, you can now see if they got a raid, or if they all of a sudden are just having an uptick on their viewership, or maybe a low tick on their viewership. Because I will go to a channel because they just happen to just all of a sudden get a raid and have more people. I guess that's the logic. Yeah, I don't really care about viewership. I just care about content, so I don't know. But that's what it is. So, like, as the streamer, that doesn't affect me. It doesn't do anything to me. I don't see that, right? So, so I imagine for a cider, it wouldn't matter to him, but maybe as the viewer, that's also a thing. Now, if you're someone who does look at your views, because I don't look at my numbers. Well, actually, yes, I do, but I don't look at it on Twitch. I look at it on OBS, which doesn't do anything. If I look at it on Twitch, maybe, but so anyway, I'm gonna hit some ads here. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less on YouTube. And I'll see you in a bit. Shiro, thank you for the 7. I didn't see that, Shiro. Appreciate you, man. I will slide in when it reports downward, rewind the VOD, and find out what happened. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that, yeah. Check out the stock of the channel. Okay, BRB. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Whatever. Hey, Decentrays, I DC'd again. No problem, though. Already back to the one... What happened to... DC'd again? Although Ada actually just said that there was some hiccups in the in the 14. I gotten crossed my fingers have been okay, but I heard that there was a little bit of sketchiness with 14 servers. But, alright, let's go on. 30 more floors. Reroll raising. It just so happens on my destroyers on combat. That's so unlucky. Do you think it's you, or is it the game? Like legitimately, do you think it's your ISP that's kind of being weird, or just getting unlucky? At this rate, Raze is a DC commander. Look, that was me. Like, when we were having some of the internet issues the past couple of days, like, I basically had to calculate, like, is it gonna be worth me doing a raising? Because I might just lose the file if I don't raising, you know? So yeah, I get it. Whoops. That's fine. You think it's definitely 14? Gotcha. So I know for me, it's mostly my connection. I know that for a fact, but... I think based on our pace, we should have time to start up the machine at the Pictomancer run. At least a couple floors. Assuming we don't die in this run, of course. But so far the pace is kind of like leaning into me being able to do Picto a little bit today. I was hoping to get 2, but only got 1. Not the exit, right? I think the exit is blocked by the dog. Alteration? Sure. Okay, moving along. Next buff, Anointment, doesn't really do much for me, but whatever, we'll take it. Do, do, do. That is Mimics. I'll just pull the 1. Oh, god damn it. Get baited. I was looking for the thing for so long. Almost. I almost actually killed it before I got the box up. I got the purity back though. Heyo. Lights, that's good. I'm just gonna take care of this bomb because this bomb is just here, and it's just gonna cause me trouble if I don't deal with them now. A lot of flights. Okay. Witching came back good. Palms are nice and steady for the clear. I'll pull this one. Just so he's out of the way, it is flighted. Doggo. Oh, no knockback. Well, that works out. Fortune? A little late. Check the last room. I'd like to fill out that last incense if I could help it. Yeah, come on, let's go. There is a gold chest over there. Bum, 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 bum. This should be enough. Like the 4th kill. Yeah. Alright. Let's do the affluence so I can try to see if I can pull the raising back too. Raising and the incense is what I'm looking for right now. I could do it in affluence too, because why not? Not really afraid of mimics. Oh, I jumped out of the exit. Hello. Got the no items. Actually, I might get rid of them. I might get rid of them because I'm a fortune. The maze route. The maze route. Just use it right now. And you didn't drop anything. Cool. That's, great. Although, kind of funny fortune, because I... Basically, I'm only gonna kill those 2 and then move on. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Purity. I'm gonna wait for that thing to move, because he's probably gonna aggro. Alright, let's go. Hey Tasmanian, happy whatever today is, Friday? Thursday? No, Thursday. Happy Thursday. What's up, dude? How you doing? Hopefully things are going well for you. Okay, we got the thing for that I want for a boss, so that's good. Oh, wrong button. Going good. Started working. Started working on a fresh PCT set on Warrior. It made 61 on Warrior on the save file. Going to start some save files for Machinist next. Ooh! The 1-2 punch. I hope you're having a good time. Definitely, you know the drill. Keep you posted. Love to hear the progression. Also hit 150 on my bake for advice. Yes, of course. Henry! Yo, Henry, did you get a lot of that rain earlier? We got a ton of the rain earlier. Hope you're doing well, man. It's always a pleasure. Hope life's treating you okay. So much rain. It was a lot of rain, yeah. You're in the wall, sir. That's illegal. Don't know what to tell you. I saw this whole next week and half it's raining. I gotta take a look. I know this weekend's okay. I was just looking at Snack was asking me, and I looked and it was like kind of okay Sunday night, but I didn't realize next week is gonna be a little nasty. Apparently missing a lunar eclipse or something. Wouldn't know since it's raining overcast. Well. I think you need to cancel Mother Nature on Twitter, Wallen. I think Sunday's the only day that isn't raining. Interesting. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not getting rain again until Sunday night, I feel like. I think, when I last checked. At least it was like a nice rain. Like, yeah, it was like flash floods, but it wasn't like the wind. It's the wind combination that's super omega bad. At least, like, it was just rain. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. Small heat wave. What's a small heat wave? Like 2.5 days instead of 3? I'm kidding. It's a joke. Yeah, for me it's like, oh, I see it. Tuesday, Wednesday, all rain. Yikes. Tuesday, Wednesday for me, all rain. I guess that'll be all next week. Got the raising back. Like, okay, so we got what I wanted. I left my window open like a chud and my whole desk got soaked. How dare... Okay, not the... Hopefully not the PC. Not the PC. Please not the PC. Like a chud. Henry the Chud. Hi, it's Henry the Chud. PC survived? Hell yeah, dude. Decentrist on YouTube says, yesterday the wind brought me some piece of the roof of my neighbor. That is not the way you want to greet the neighbor. That's unfortunate. Henry the Chud is my alt. Dang. Did it rain upwards? How does rain get in when you tip the window? Okay, okay, European. Okay, European. We're not fancy with your windows, okay? I forgot this thing was here, by the way. If this thing went boom, I didn't know, because I wasn't paying attention to it. Because they have slanted windows in Europe. You know, like you push it and it tilts. We just open the windows vertically up and down. That's a not you don't push the window out. Not an American thing. Wait, did you not see that when you were in London? Weren't you in London for like 2 months? Didn't they have that over there? Or was it like the part of London that they didn't have slanted windows? Yeah, the bird goes first. I don't remember any windows like that in my flat though. You had the American flat. Oh, it's the American. Give him the American one. Okay, that's the exit. So let me get rid of the bird, I guess. Bird first. They clocked me hard. I think UK is a bit behind in that regard. It's more of a continental thing. Oh, I see, I see. I see, I see. So everything east of UK is what you're telling me. Got it. I want this chest. And I'll clear up the exit after that. I didn't know games was a window elitist. Well, you know what? We learn something new every day. I'm going to test a few floor sets on the Switch 2 to see how it feels. Last time, it was a struggle to stay above 45 with more than 3. Oh, really? FPS drop? That's what we should do, Tasman. You gave me an idea. We need to tell the score runners to play on Switch 2 for the ultimate challenge. That's it. We got it. We got it, team. Whoever's a score runner in the community, it will only be valid if they do it on a Switch 2. Might as well tell them to play on PC, but turn the monitor off. Play on 160p. I might get the speedrun. That's actually gonna be funny. I didn't really use much here either. A little strength here, sure. Get off the score faster. Dun, 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 dun. Is just Angelus for your Tokyo? Yes, Angelus for the discount. Yes. Oh shit! I caused a problem. Oops. That's on me. I didn't position him correctly. Yes, just Angelus. Oh, there goes that strength. How about we don't die again? That'll be great. All right, let me take care of this a little carefully. Oh, we changed it from soccer code to Tokyo Box for the niece's birthday present. Nice. Yeah, same exact code. Just of course just double check that the discount applies, you know, all that fun stuff. But yes, it's Angelus for the same. And appreciate it. I hope they enjoy it. It sounds like you guys like this, so good to hear that. I can give the feedback to my rep. I should be getting a box sometime soon. I died enough in this floor set that I don't fuck around on it. Always gotta keep those guys. Yeah, I know. I just lost it. That's it. Just lost focus for a second. That's all it takes. And I knew better too. That's the worst part. But like when I have the raising, I tend to be a little more careless. But once I lose the raising, then it's kind of like, all right, I gotta focus up. Can't look at chat anymore. Not as much. Thank you for the follow. Nomura. Appreciate that. Okay, you're decent that way. Bird. Because the bird is the one that's a problem. He can go boom. Man, so much of the speed run. I could have gotten the speed run for no reason. Trisha Rose, she's planning to visit Japan soon. Wow. I hope she has a good time. I still have to make my way to Japan before I get too old, too decrepit. Keep myself young so I can make it to Japan. My wife, my mom, is from Japan, so we're planning on going to visit. I'm going to study, though. You better, man. Oh, that's a good excuse to go. Yeah, that's just one place that's really on the top of my bucket list to finally go to. Just, time isn't quite right yet, but I want to go there really bad. Okay, don't move. I know it's good practice to have this guy in the center at all possible, so you need to run, but it goes against my learned fear of leaving the walls. Yeah. Yeah, because it kind of like, the orbs that go down, I think, change position if he's not in the middle, too. So I just gotten used to it. Actually, I don't even know the iteration of if you don't bring him, if you don't bring him out of the middle. Never actually really tried to bring him to the edge. Or maybe I've seen it in the edge though if I was doing a match party, but I don't remember it. It's not a memorable experience. Never seen another layout for them. You have a lot of time to position them too, you know? Okay, intentional damage. Take intentional damage. Intentional damage. Intentional damage again, unless it dies. Roaring Ring. Oh, pretty good. Yeah, this boss is interesting for sure. A lot of American troops don't even try. I still have friends in Croatia and Sweden and stuff that love talking to me. I love to learn things like how they made armor and swords from actual smiths, and I like to learn customs. That gave me a step in the door when I was deployed overseas because people respected I at least tried. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is for some people, right? I am big. I love culture. Love culture. That's why it's been an absolute blessing, Agent, about this content and this stream, because we have so many people from so many different locations, and I get to have really cool conversations with people from all around the planet, not just America. And it's also a benefit of the community, because a lot of the communities you have, especially like raiding communities or just like content communities, what makes it tricky is that, like, you know, if you're from NA and you have an FC, you have a guild, you're on a server, you kind of want everyone to be there. And not to mention, you know, your time zones kind of get, you know, pretty affected. So, like, obviously, if you run a community that does content together, you kind of want to be in the same time. So more than likely, if you're NA, you probably have mostly NA. Maybe have some, like, you know, random, like, potentially EU, even JP that could come. Maybe they're on a really weird schedule. Like, for example, Willow Green, he did a lot of things in NA just because his work schedule was such that it was better for him to run NA. So you have those type of rare instances, but generally speaking, you're probably running with like the same people from the same region. With Deep Dungeon, on the other hand, we don't play together. We play whenever you want to. And so it's just a matter of whether you're catching the stream or not, but you can still relate the run and talk about the run, talk about your experiences, and that's been so much fun because we have a really good chunk of people from EU, we have a good amount of people from JP, and, you know, people coming in different times. It's great. And I love that. I love talking to different culture. We just literally talked about the differences of how we utilize Windows, and that to me is just cool because it's like, yeah, people just do things differently than we do, you know? Yeah, I'm big on it. So, like, for me, going to Japan would be cultural and food. That would be it. And sightseeing and technology, but like mostly actually food top tier, and then right into that anything cultural. That would be what I'd be going there for. I'm glad that group runs PT taught me to stick to the walls until I had to do it courtesy I've never properly internalized thing. Interesting, because that's kind of what you learn to do, right? It's kind of the habit that you formed. Okay, we're gonna go straight in. Because I got like 27 minutes of pre-rolls, so we're good. Too early to do ads. Well, this song, I love this song faster. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, here we are. True Justice faster is better in my opinion, yeah. So like this particular song, the one you're listening to right now, this is not the one from T. This is the one from the regular Savage or normal raid. However, what I did was I took the one from T, and then I ran this one together with it, and I matched the tempo. So the tempo is basically the same as the one from T, but this is the original one from the game. From the original raid. Because okay, so like I don't raid, right? I don't do raids. So my first exposure to this song was when people were doing T. That was the first time I heard the song. So like my brain was already attuned to the faster version, and so when I like heard the slower version, I think when I was doing Blue Mage like way back when, like this is so slow. So then when I put it on the playlist, I modified it. We're still on that, Darth. We've moved on, man. That's not a thing anymore. We've moved on. You gotta move on, man. It's okay. It's okay to move on sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull you because you're like looking at the exit. I'm old. I never move on. Damn. Are you trying to tell me, because I'm old, I don't move on? So, okay, well, okay. We've been doing Deep Dungeon for 10 years. I guess that's a valid statement. Alright. Alright, you got me. You got me. I haven't moved on from Deep Dungeon. We're still doing it. Look at that weave! Look at that weave! Speaking of not moving on, I did it, see? I weaved it in. Shiny? What shiny? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see it on my screen. Oh, I'm dying. Okay, well. Too early? Now let's do it. I need to locate my gummies. I want some gummies. Queen's Blood. I've located my gummies. No, I will not use the blade. Yo, Ryukin, what's up, dude? How you doing? I can't wait for Queen's Blood 2.0. I'm so excited for Queen's Blood 2.0. That's treasure. No, it's just a lot of things. I hope they keep the same song. Like, the song is just so much of a banger. But then they could make a different song, I guess. You saw that too, Darth, huh? You saw that too, huh? I wonder what they could make M-rated for 7. Like, what do you think is gonna be M-rated in 7? Are they gonna add gore? Like I'm thinking like, okay, what made 16 M-rated? A little more gory and a lot of cursing. That's about it, right? That's it. Maybe a little skin, but... yeah, I don't know. I mean... but you didn't really... I mean, they were just... it was just skin. It wasn't really naked. I mean, they were without clothes, but you didn't see bits. Certainly a whole lot less naked than GTA, that's for sure. You did? Really? I didn't see any. Going all in on the slap fight? Yeah, true. Pretty sure. Really? You're making me want to go back and look at my VOD now. I don't remember Nips. Darth, were we watching the same thing? Are you sure? Are you okay? Were we playing the same game? Are you sure it was Final Fantasy 16? You see Clyde's Nips. He's also very naked. I mean, yeah. Well, he's also very naked like at least 3 other parts of the game, too, to be fair. Maybe that... yeah, it could be. Hey, Nayu, how you doing? So, okay, so wait. So using that logic, okay, going back to 7. So if we have Mandela Effect Nips, skin, cursing, gore, what part of that's gonna get on to 7? It would get that rating over its original rating. What would they do differently? He's gonna curse more? I don't think so. I feel like it's not really... that would be the least likely, because they don't... I mean, they curse a decent amount, they don't curse that much. Cloud's butt. His clothes are gonna just evaporate into the live stream. He's gonna go into the live stream and then his clothes just evaporate. Boom. Wait, but why? He's not like mad, he's just... he basically is already at that point getting what he wants, right? So I mean, he's not really angry, he's not stressed. He just has to play the game. Naked live stream. That's it. The one scene makes it M-rated or mature. Bam, 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 bam. Nope. The naked Cloud versus Sephiroth livestream scene is I'm sure the fans want. Yeah. They always get what the fans want. Oh. That's a silver chest, and I would like to check that. Thank you. Maybe they're adding actual gambling to the thing. Do you think that... okay, legitimate question. Do you think that actually would bump it up? Like, is that a thing? Like, or have games with gambling cause them to be M in other games? Because I genuinely don't know that. Interesting. Oh. I don't want a poison fruit. Those are good excuse for poison fruit. Have these blue raspberry gummies. They're very good. I like them a lot. They're really good. They own in your house now? True. Yeah, I guess it depends on like what kind of gambling we're talking about, right? I don't think gambling is enough to push it into M territory. On its own, right? It's almost like take current Rebirth, add some significant gambling. I don't think that pushes it to an M. I personally, I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, it's true what BitTech said. I mean, maybe like based on the country that you're releasing it in, it could, and therefore it would have to adjust. That's a very valid statement. I was just more curious, like, has it happened or something? You're gonna open up a strip club in the Snowtown? You're gonna revisit oh no, we should be going back to Midgar, right? Go back to the Honeybee Inn? Maybe that's what that is. Back to the Honeybee Inn. In the nicer casino. I enjoyed the casino in Dragon Quest XI. I spent a lot of time in there. That was a good one. Okay, I get it. You like giving me steel, I get it. Okay. They moved away from that? Really? 11 had a really good one. Like that one slot machine that like had a whole like story to it. That was actually kind of cool. Love that game. I've been tempted to replay 11. Tempted, but not enough. Not enough for me to go for it, but I've been tempted. I think I got the S... I think I bought the S version, I think. So... it's like believing that I would replay it or something. Or maybe I didn't buy the S version, I don't know. I have to open up my Steam to find out. Sure. The scene where the MC returned to the town. Oh. Also good. Never happened. That's what happens when you can't speak. You don't become memorable. Next time the main character should speak a little bit. I'm just kidding. I liked at the end of and at the end of SAO, Iori was like, well, you don't really speak much, but you're still a really good companion. Elevin can speak. Yeah, but you choose not to, it's fine. That's like me IRL. I mean, I could speak, I just choose not to. It's not, you know, it's very easy for me to choose not to talk. I show my introvert card and then I don't speak. Taste? I might finish these gummies. Did I safety? No, I didn't. Haha, you didn't see me. I think the implication is the character speaking, but the game is not showing. I think, like, generally speaking, when you have a mute MC, that they are talking, right? I mean, especially when you're choosing dialogue, like, you are essentially saying that dialogue. It's just you're not having, like, a full-on conversation at all. Unless you pick the option to do so, right? Like, that, I think that's the general gist of a mute MC. That's why, alternatively, I find it really weird in gacha games where it's like half and half, where like the MC does have a voice actor and does speak, but then when you select dialogue, they don't say the dialogue. It's like, it's weird. Like I would prefer them to say the dialogue, but like you just pick it and they're just like, like that's it. It's like, god damn it. At least like Cyberpunk did it right. You know, it was actually funny watching watching a playthrough of Cyberpunk again. But I mean, so I did it on stream, watching other people stream it, like our buddy Miss Alchemy, and like she's so used to like she picks a dialogue and she says what she picks, right? Yes, I will do this, but the character actually says it, and it's just it's like cool, you know? The character actually says the line that you pick and say. But whatever, it is a gacha game, so it is what it is. From Zero Gaming, hello. Hey, do you have a scoring run commendation? Oh, a scoring run commentation for Pilgrim's Traverse. So, I don't have a guide, but that's not what you asked for. I would say, a vast majority of my DPS runs are all scoring oriented. Although, I don't know if it's like heavy on the commentary about scoring, but it goes through the motions of scoring. Like, I think my highest score is, might be Gunbreaker or Summoner or Machine, one of those, and those are up on YouTube, I think. So, like, my score runs, or at least my attempt to do a score run, are a lot of the runs that are up there. I think really the only run I haven't done a quote-unquote scoring run is my very first Warrior run, and the upcoming Astra run, because I'm not scoring that, but everything else is scoring oriented, if that helps. But it may not be like heavy on the commentary about what to do, what I'm doing. You'll see it through the motions of like gameplay, about how I do it. But yeah, a lot of my scores are like 1.9. 1.9 million. I just forget which one is my record. It might be Viper. Viper might be my PB, I think. And if you ever want to talk about it, like ask me questions, like now, not literally now, but what I mean is when I'm live, go for it. Also, if it helps, assuming I clear this one, I'm going to be moving into Pictomancer, where I will be trying to go for scoring too. So that'll be the next job I do. That'll be scoring oriented. This one is not. We're doing Machinist because someone asked me to do Machinist. So I'm just going for a clear right now. So this is not scoring oriented. Sam, there you go. Yeah, we're doing this for you, man. Nice flash. You run down the middle clear. Squeezed it in. While I'm eating gummies. Dragon Quest Origins and Morrowind had talking PCs that say exactly what is written. I like that. Well, no. It is what it is. Haha, you got stuck in a wall. How does that feel? Absolutely obliterated. Oh, hello? A, how did I walk through you without aggro? B, I can't believe my shot didn't go off. What the? All kind of wrongs happened right there. Mass Effect did that well as well. I never play Mass Effect. I say talking that didn't have a VA, but they did have dialogue options that indicated they were speaking. But that's like general, right? I mean, most JRPGs, even if the MC doesn't have a voice actor or anything, like if you're picking dialogue, you are speaking with that dialogue. Like you make a choice. But unless you're playing a CRPG, then you're actually making a literal choice. So like generally, you're just moving the story along with some type of contribution to the story. But like, I kind of wish newer JRPGs would like go halvesies between being their typical JRPG and a CRPG, because I'm honestly getting tired of like of having a dialogue option on a dialogue knowing full well that it means absolutely nothing. Like, it doesn't matter what I choose. Who the hell cares? That's why Rebirth, and actually specifically Rebirth, was great, because your options kind of had a matter. Like, you had a, you know, 1 in 3 chance to actually make your character happy or not as happy. So, like, that's enough. I'll take that. Well, like, you actually had to make, like, a really good decision. But I hate it when, like, I look at 2 dialogue options, they're 2 very different ones, and it doesn't matter. It's gonna push the story along. It's not gonna kill the thing or whatever. I wish they would lean a little harder into actually making it feel like you have a choice, and it actually affects something. Whether it even, like, you know, not like a major story plot down the line, but like, even just as simple as, like, you know, you do side quest A instead of side quest B. You know, like, you open a different door instead of that, and you have to deal with something completely different. Like, I would enjoy that, because it feels like my choice actually mattered. But boy, I'm getting... especially in 14, more so in 14. Like, at this point, I don't even... Like, it doesn't really matter why you even put the options in. Like, it's not gonna change the story. So just, like, just don't have it. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. I omitted that because I couldn't remember what that was mechanically. But yeah, you're right. That was for the Tifa dress. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I've done gacha games where I Alt F4'd out of the game and redid the scene to pick another option to see the difference, but just had to see it off. Yeah. And, like, you shouldn't have to do that either. Like, if... Okay, hold on. I have time. Not sure if you played the old RPGs like Chromeside, and... I have not. The oldest RPG I probably played is, like, Phantasy Star and stuff like that. It was fine in the beginning, but, like, you know, then it's like you're in 2026 and you're still doing it. It's like, if your only point is to make it feel like you're part of the story, then, I mean, you could do it in any other way. I mean, I'm playing the game, I'm part of the story. Some characters are missable in the second playthrough. Well, like, also, Honkai did a decent one, but they didn't do it all the time. Well, like, Honkai had a character quest where it was about destiny. Actually, Biftech, maybe you remember it, it was Kafka. But she was like, okay, if you agree to what I'm trying to tell you, you are following your destiny. But you have an option to not follow your destiny. And if you literally tell her no, I think it's like 8 times, she's like, okay, I guess you're just gonna defy destiny, and the quest ends. You actually don't go through her entire quest line, but you complete the quest. And that's cool. I made the choice to not see the quest, and she's like, alright, I'm out. Peace. And that's it. You never saw her again. That was great. I like that. Like, do more of that, please. But it is kind of eye-rolling when, like, it's like, you know, pick between sarcastic or serious, but then it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I'm going this way. Technically, your choices matter in the old RPGs. I think Star Ocean might be also in that category too, because you had, like, well, you had multiple endings, right? So it kind of led to that. But, yeah, I would prefer that, personally. Whether or not you give your stole a crap, yeah. Oh no, I just want more ownership to my choices, I suppose. But then they're gonna be like, oh well, we don't want to make people do another playthrough. Yeah, I guess. Or I don't know, save the game, I don't know. And that's where Cyberpunk is pretty good. Yeah, Elden Ring, Cyberpunk also. Certain storylines had very, very meaningful impacts depending on what choice you made. You literally opened up a quest or did not. Chrono Trigger had 12 different game versions with different endings. Good. Cyberpunk's great. I love Cyberpunk. Especially, like, in its current iteration, it's definitely much cleaner than its release, for sure. Although Cyberpunk is more stressful, because there you have a lot of choice in terms of what dialogue you pick, but a lot of them are timed. That makes it rougher because you see a timer going down. You have to make a decision, or a lack of a decision. A lack of a decision is also a choice too. Chrono Trigger had many endings, but they weren't really a culmination of your decisions. They were more about when you choose to end the game. Oh, interesting. Okay. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? 100%, yep. I am going to make sure Ada uploads it to YouTube. We're gonna pay Ada well. Chat, understand this. Your subs and your gift subs and your donations and everything, it definitely helps me, but you're also paying my video editor to do the good work that they do, so it is much appreciated. But yeah, this will be uploaded for sure. I just feel bad because that's a good question, because I did say that we did an EO Machinist and I completely did not do it, and we didn't upload it because I blatantly forgot, and we don't have that VOD anymore, so, you know, rip. So this one for sure. At least at the very least, I'll make sure it gets up there. I don't have a Bark Bomb. Should I push for a Bark Bomb? Yeah, probably. I'm gonna push for a Bark Bomb. I think Chrono Cross is a good candidate for choices matter and impact what happens to the game. But that game's pretty rough to play through in 2026. How much do you pay your editor, if you don't mind asking? Is there a fixed payment, variable, percentage, and channel earnings? We agreed upon about $35 US on a regular basis. It is more if I kind of request a couple more projects, or like if I need something pushed along, I will add more to that. So, per month. So whatever load of work that we do per month, that's what it is. So sometimes it's like, you know, 2 videos, sometimes it's 4 videos. But if I need something other than, basically it's any of the VODs. So like this stream, stuff like that. So like these are like part of that. But if I need to ask for like something pushed up, like if I need help editing on like a short video or something for another project, that is just completely added on to like, you know, the time, because I'm paying for the time that I'm giving the editor, so that's different. But just a standard, like, just a standard getting the VOD up, putting the timestamp, getting it together, rendering it, getting onto YouTube, that's how much I currently pay. Well, actually, okay, to be honest, the VOD portion of it, where we do like just literally like we do the stream, right, and then we get it up on YouTube. The hard part, in my opinion, it's the time it takes to render it, and then the timestamps, because I am a little aggressive on timestamps, especially where I put the ads. I manually put the ads, so that's the thing that's time consuming, and that's what my editor helps me a ton. Like it's so good because I save a lot of time, and they're okay doing that. So, but anything past that, where like we had a couple projects when we did Wayfinder, where I needed help with it because we had like about like a 4 day window to get a video out. Like we had pre-access to some content, and so we had to make videos on said content, so we had like, you know, an advancement on it, and I needed some help to expedite that process, and that is completely different. That's like a whole different fee that I would give to my editor, because I mean, you know, it's extra time that I'm asking them to put into it. One. Dead. So it really comes down to the load, right? I mean, it no matter who editor you ask for and everything, you just got to make sure that you agree upon a good, you know, time, you know, money per time per hour basis. So as long as they're okay with it, that's what's good. But the more you ask in terms of, like, let's say, again, something more cropped up, something more chopped in, effects, even down to thumbnails, like that definitely will drive the price up, because that's a lot of time out of them too. So you want to pay them appropriately. I think so. I think so? I think so. Not 100% sure on that, but I believe so, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. I was kind of hoping for a silver chest here and I didn't get it. I'm gonna lose this buff, but it's fine. Okay. Is War the easiest to get Necro, Dido? I prefer Machinist. War is very good though. I can't deny Warrior's ability to do it, but I prefer Machinist. I have more fun in Machinist, so therefore I have a better chance on it. Really, when it comes down between the two of them, Machinist is a kiting job, right? So you gotta kite with Machinist. There's a lot of people that don't like that kiting, and they don't like to feel kind of like vulnerable with their defenses. So that's why tank can come into play. But tank in itself also has its weakness. I mean, it's slower, damage is a lot less. You might be having to chase time a lot. And for some people, that's not gameplay that they want to engage with either. You scared of traps from Machinist? Hear me out though. Sure traps are bad, but like if you're hitting a lot of traps, in all honesty, Warrior's not going to be that much of an advantage over Machinist because of that. If you hit a luring trap in like 181 plus, you're probably gonna die in Warrior also. You shouldn't be hitting one, but you'll probably also die. Like you'll be tanky, but I mean, it's not gonna, you know, be the massive difference of surviving a trap. Like you shouldn't be hitting traps if you can help it. Does that make sense? But to me, the difference is basically like, do you prefer kiting or do you prefer kind of going one-on-one with enemies? That's really the difference. Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing about the boss. I guess I'll just do him straight up. Got a free steal, so that's nice. I kind of wonder if you can time that AoE that you die but still go to the next floor. I think if I had to think about mechanically Biff Tech, I think it's as simple as like Behemoth and Meteor. Where like if you're chasing the animation of Meteor, essentially it's just who's first. So if you teleport, there's no like once the trigger for the teleport happens, then that's it, you're invulnerable. So if the kill shot on the AoE comes in first and then the teleport, then you're gonna die first and it's gonna cancel the teleport. So I think it's just that. I want to think it is, at least. You prefer a steady non-kiting job? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Machinist is not for everyone. Machinist is good, but it's not for everyone. Only reason I think potentially otherwise is because of the whole mimic trick. Yeah, because I think the mimic trick is also like close to pixel perfect. Because I have to be like, it's essentially like I open chest, I then trigger teleporter, and then the mimic comes into play. So I think it's like a two-step process, where I think the AoE would be a one-step process. Again, I don't know if anyone's really tried it. That's just how I think it happens in my head, you know? And then of course you'd have to get like the right thing if it's animation or if it's casting, because that could also matter too in terms of timing. Brand new players just load some... Hello. I'm gonna slowly read your comment. Give me a bit. Hold on. Oh, you ran away from me, you little jerk. Brand new player as of this week. And learning of your POTD guides. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sorry. You're gonna be stuck here for a while. Just cleared the first 100 today? Hey, congratulations, that's actually great. I'm happy that, like, you just ended up landing here, and I hope you're having a good time. I love this content. And it always actually interests me to see, like, newer players like yourself, like, for whatever reason, like, you just get here, and then you just have so much fun, and there have been a lot of people that I know that, like, they would not continue the MSQ until they get the title. And like, that's a big journey. Like, you are taking like one of the biggest detours you can ever ask for before you continue the MSQ, but all that's important is I hope you have a good time. And I hope you enjoy the videos for sure. Thanks for catching the live stream. But the idea of a Sprout Necromancer being like a cool thing, I really should do like a video on that, because there are a lot of them. A lot more than I would have ever imagined. Even more so like free trial gamers. Like free trial gamers are like going through Deep Dungeon and kinda also getting the Sprout Necromancer. Geometry is hard. Geometry is very hard. No, wing. I just got 4 steel palms on one floor. I was on the floor that gave me like 3 maze roots. It's kind of wild. Jesus. How does it feel to no longer have RNG? That's it. You just used it up, man. It's just gone. Deleted. I was on floor... Oh, I read that already. It's what you did, Sammy. Straight into Deep Dungeon. Bless your souls, guys. And I hope you're enjoying the content. Oh, I almost kind of made that a little tight. Twin wing. Here. Luigi, thanks to the follow, and Bones, appreciate that subscribe over on YouTube. Your vibes are great, and the 2-hour guides are exactly the kind of detail that you love. I'm glad. Because it's actually really interesting to hear that, because, I mean, especially in this day and age, I think short form is still very strong and very much the go-to. And it's really been humbling that I can upload... like, essentially before a 7-hour VOD, but now I've chopped it up a little bit more to be like at least 1 hour for the 4 sets. But to know that like those long videos and playlists are still something that people are looking for, you know? That's just great. I'm glad we can do it that way, because to me, I don't think there's any other way that I would want to do it. I think if I want to give the information needed for this content, it's got to be like that. I never did believe in doing like, you know, a 15-minute guide on Deep Dungeon and then being like, this is the guide, like this is it, this is all you're gonna work with. Like, to me, it's like the run is so RNG, and even what I show is not even going to be what you're going to see, but like going through everything, the full iteration, without a break, without much editing, I think it gives a realism to the run, in my opinion. But again, it's interesting that there are people like yourself who this is what you need. This is the kind of thing that you will do to absorb that info. Good to hear it. Honestly, it probably creates, that's why it's also created like a really good community vibe too. And maybe we're just kind of attracting more the right people as opposed to the people you kind of don't want around, you know what I mean? 'Cause I see it all the time in other channels and everything. Like, you just get like a group of people that just like they're not really with the vibe, but they're just there because the content creator is popular. Let me catch up. This is now I can finally catch up in chat. I'm like, oh, my butt. Hold on. Oh, okay. Watching the new long form Necro run got me excited to get back into the attempts. Heyo, the Red Mage run, right? The Red Mage I just did off the cuff because I'm like, you know what? We haven't done a guide for a while. I don't even have a Red Mage guide. Let's do it. I think captures all the nuance and lets you provide examples and mechanics. Short form, I would feel end up getting cluttered. Yeah, you're right. I think so too. It's almost like you have to hunt down each part. Yeah, I guess you could, but yeah, you're right. I agree with that. You get it all in one shot. Ironically, Necro is the only one I don't have max Aether Pool on. Really? For PCT. Oh, it'd be a lot easier to max your Aether Pool here in Palace though. Really easy nowadays. Wow, EO is hard. To do that in EO is really hard. PT is not too bad. Heaven on High is also not that bad. Palace would be actually the easiest of the four. Especially with all the changes they've done. Guaranteed to get 99 from 1 to 100. In fact, you can actually get grips on your way to 1 to 100 and still hit 99 by the time you get to 100. Guaranteed. I was planning on doing a farming run, Ether Pool, since I was 39, but ended up being my clear run, dude. Sounds about right. Yeah. You actually, I think logistically, I believe you can get 99.99 without opening a silver chest in POTD. That's how silly it is. Which is good. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the quality of life is good. I think it's too aggressive. But for what purpose it served in terms of, like, letting people not worry about that, I mean, it did the job. Can't argue that. So, if you want people to do Deep Dungeon now, there's no real reason not to. If that makes sense. It also gets me hyped for Machinist. I love the class fantasy, and I'm grateful there is content that thrives in it. Yes. Loathsome, it's actually been a funny joke. Arguably, wait. You just said that you're a brand new player. Okay. So maybe you don't know this, Loathsome, but Machinist is actually a job that kind of gets a little crapped on in other content and Raid. Because of its selfish DPS, at least from what I've heard, it tends to not be an overly popular job in the high-end content because people want a little bit more utility from another class. Machinists can do the job. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not that they can't do it. It's just kind of a community, whatever it is. They get like a little bit of a bad rap because of the fact that they don't really help the party in its current iteration. So it makes it very interesting that Machinist in Deep Dungeon, it does thrive. It is a very popular pick, one of the popular ones to Palace, and honestly, for all the Deep Dungeons, it does some tremendous job trying to get those clears. So it's funny to have that little dynamic where, like, it may be not great in one content, but it's fantastic in other content. I want to get back to EO and Heaven on High soon. I know I got to floor 90 on Heaven on High and lost on time on the last boss. I do not remember what I got on EO, but I remember it was high. The Aether and Sus Pop potion drops are a serious quality for those new getting into it. Instead of farming, they can just focus on locking down. Yeah. Yeah, it served the purpose. I think they should have dialed it back a little bit, but for it being 10-year-old content, I guess I don't blame them, you know? That's what I've heard. Playing Dragoon and wanting to play Machinist feels like I'm going from meme to meme. Well, for Deep Dungeon, I can tell you it's different. How we look at jobs in Deep Dungeon is very different. And not to mention, one, I mean, I don't know if you're gonna make it all the way to the end of the Dawn Trail with Evercold coming in. I mean, maybe you don't even have to get that far, but Evercold's introducing another physical range job. So if you kind of like not just the Machinist aesthetic, but also the idea of like kiting and like, you know, gunning from a distance, or rather doing range attack. Actually, I don't think it's a gun. They're hinting at a bird. Doing range attack from distance, you may get a second one to play around with. So it's something to think about as well. So I actually like Dragoon Deep Dungeon too. Dragoon is a lot of fun in my opinion. I do have a ton of fun with Dragoon over here in Deep Dungeon. I mean, melee is a little rougher in Deep Dungeon. It does kind of demand a little bit more finesse and skill to get through, but it's still a really good job. And it's a fun approach. That's the thing that makes at least Palace of the Dead really great, in my opinion, is because how you're going to approach it on Machinist, you're going to do it very differently on Dragoon. So it's almost like you get a completely different gameplay by taking in a completely different job. And that's great. You know, you have to do a different game plan, a different strategy, a different execution. That's what I like about Palace and Heaven on High for that matter, because of that. So if you ever take Dragoon in, I think it's great, but it definitely has its challenges for sure. Okay, I'm gonna hit an ad here. Looking at my time's getting a little interesting. Like at this point, I probably can do like one floor Pictomancer before I have to actually head out. We'll see. Let's just worry about this first. Let's get this clear. We did move pretty well. This file took, I think, 6 hours to get this clear, potentially. Well, I mean, we're not cleared yet, but we're kind of going for it. But I'm going to hit some ads here when last set, and then we're going to see what my time is and hop into Pictomancer, so you have some time to do a little more Pictomancer to start up, because that'll be the next job I do. I just beat AR last night, so I'm on my way to Heaven's Sword. Oh, okay, so you're about to unlock. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you have a good time. Hope the story was good. If you're listening to the story, I hope it's good. If you're not listening to the story, it's fine. It's all good. I'm no judge of that. Okay, I'll be right back. Ads. YouTube will get some, but you can skip them because you guys are cooler than Twitch. Like, no joke, you guys are cooler than Twitch. So, okay, let's go. Twitch talked about having skippable ads. And then they kind of just, you know, they decide to implement viewer stocks. Doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, the viewers going up in ratings. Time to go to them. Actually, you know what I want to do? That's what I want to do. Let's be aggressive. Be aggressive. Uh-oh. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. There was one behind me, too. There's a story in ARR. Hey, there's a story in ARR. Okay, am I flighting or am I nuking? That's the question. Ooh. If I flight, I don't have to use anything. It's flighted. Been loving the story a lot. I just had to stop and digest the ARR story a bit to get through. Gotcha. Yeah, it has its rough around the edges, but I mean, hey, look, you need ARR to do the rest of them. So, as much as sometimes ARR gets a little memed on, it does do its purpose when you get through the rest of it. So we have the Bark Bomb for the boss, which is fantastic. Mr. Gigolian. It's the Gigolian. Oh. So, let me see. It's a little bit earlier than he would usually go. Gego usually goes for another hour. So this either means A, he beat the game, B, he has another headache, C, he rage quit and deleted 13.2 out of his computer. What's up, Gego? How was your stream? How was 13.2 today, sir?
Hail and well met, friends.
Hope we had a good time over at 13.2. I thought I got a lot higher in EO than I did. I was thinking having I'm high. I'm at 85 Aether Pull and got 2 Machinist. Oh, okay. There you go. I'm only 7 minutes early. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm over-exaggerating. Okay. Hopefully things got a little bit more clear in the story. Hope you had a good time. Thanks for bringing the people in. If it's your first time here, I'm Angelus Lemonis. We are doing a Machinist clear in, or attempting a Machinist clear in Pilgrim's Traverse, the newest Deep Dungeon. It was requested by chat, so we are here because, you know, I sometimes listen to chat. Sometimes. 4 game crashes, 3 attempts on the final fight. We'll try again some. Oh, let's go! Oh, you're already there. Dang. I actually was like surprised. I almost felt like you had more gameplay to go for, but no, you're there. Is not off the table, but is 13.3 on the table? What do you think? Like, are you doing 13.3, or are you gonna take another break or something? What are you feeling? And also, if you gotta just do like post-stream stuff, you gotta stretch the leg, just go on, do what you gotta do. Need a break. Understandably so. Oh, Gego, before you hit it, you can just listen to this, but I was watching the indie game, like the indie game fest or whatever it was earlier today, and I thought of you because they're bringing out a game that they're advertising it kind of like Disco Elysium vibes, where it was like a CRPG. The problem was because you had this problem with one of the other CRPG games that you recently played, that it started to get too political, and like the entire premise of the character is like leveling their stats about their political alignment to like work out through dialogues and stuff. I'm like, oh. Yeah, Giga would love this one for sure. Like literally, instead of like leveling like strength and endurance, it's like you level like your whatever it is, you know, that's involved, that revolves around your political alignments. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be a good game. It's just not for you, not for me, you know. What's up, Michaela? I forgot the name of it though. I don't remember the name of it. They did like a bit of a long preview for it. No, it's a new one. New indie game coming out. Gego did play Esoteric Ebb, and he was like borderline, I think, right? You were playing that, I think? And you were like borderline because it was getting a little too political. I think you were talking about that. So it wasn't something that you were looking for in general. Like, you just didn't want to deal with that right now, which is understandable. No, it was a brand new game coming out. I just don't remember the game. I think that was the game you were playing that you started to feel like that. Gego's great, by the way. He plays a lot of variety games over there. I love his streams. So if you need something that isn't 14, and you know, it's a good time over there. Michaela says, I'm sure there are YouTube videos of the end of the game. Totally counts. Dang, there are. That is true. You know, one of my very first stuff I think I used to upload to, not I think my current channel, but one of my older channels, were 13.2 stuff. That was when I was first playing around with like a video recording software, because 13.2 had DLC, and I did do the DLC and I recorded some of them. I think I put them up on YouTube. I don't know where they are though. That's a long time ago when the game first released. Oh, nice. Let's go. Nice. Oh, I'm walking. Why am I so slow? Speaking of 13, the game New Gago, the playlist New Gago came in, so had to go play the 13 songs. How are you doing tonight, Miss Michaela? Hope you're having a good Thursday. How do you feel about the new Deep Dungeon compared to others as loathsome? So, to me, it's definitely the easier of the four. And personally speaking, since you're asking me, I was hoping for something a little bit more challenging. I'm a bit of a challenge junkie. I like a good challenge, especially in the content that I've been doing for 10 years. I was kind of hoping for an iteration that would really push my limits, and this wasn't it. Now, I'm still doing it. I'm still having a blast with it when we stream it. So, it's still fun to me. But it doesn't hit that other part of what I'm looking for in a game, if that makes sense. So, you know, if I want to go for a challenging Deep Dungeon, I kind of go back to Palace and Heaven on High for me personally. So this kind of serves like, you know, a content need. I still have a goal here. I want to get to Omni. I want to get all the jobs completed, so we're slowly cutting through that little by little. But I want to do it before Evercold, so I do have a little bit of a time limit. But that's just my opinion. I mean, saying the Deep Dungeon is the easier of the four, that could mean something very different to someone else. Be like, oh, okay, this might be my way in. I could be it could be a little bit more approachable, and that's completely understandable. That's kind of how you look at it. You know, it's fine. But in a Deep Dungeon, it's the decision making. Like straight up, it's majority the decision making. It's when I go into a floor and I'm presented with a challenge where I need to make the right decision to get off the floor. That's what that is. In like PT, a little in EO, but definitely a lot in PT. Basically, what you're kind of encountering is kind of this situation where like you have a lot of answers to get out of a lot of situations. In Palace, it's like you don't have that many answers to get out of a situation sometimes. You just have to like hope that you don't use too much, or you kind of really have to game and like survive fights. Here, like, you know, it's just kind of dodge mechanics and use bombs, and you know, it's a little less challenging for me personally. I'm gonna use this. I was thinking about doing either a poison fruit or, but we didn't. This wasn't a big enough floor to me to do the thing. My understanding, isn't EO considered the hardest for the most part? It's hard to say that because EO, it presents a challenge, but like POTD and EO, let's just take those two, like ignoring Heaven on High, they present two very different challenges. POTD, in my opinion, is about execution. I mean, game knowledge is also extremely important, but it's a little bit about execution, palm execution, and like decision making. EO, there is some decision making, but it's mostly about resolving mechanics and avoiding and dodging. So like it's a memory game in EO. So like if you have a really good memory on what everything is supposed to do, you basically can dodge everything and not really die to anything in that game. In EO. In Palace of the Dead, you could know everything and still die because things just hit you really hard. You get crit like all of a sudden. And that's like, I think, you know, a big difference in that. That your ability to play the game and your skill may still not be enough for Palace because you also have to make good decisions. EO, you know, yeah, you need to make palm decisions and whatnot, but you're not dying to enemies unless you make a literal, like, you know, a brain fart. You just like, oh, I just forgot this mechanic was doing that. And it's like, it's also like EO to me, what is frustrating with EO for me, just the deaths didn't feel satisfying. It's like every time I died in EO, it's almost like I'm beating myself up because I just made the mistake. Like, oh, I should have paid attention. Oh, I should have known that this was doing this was doing that. That's how I look at EO. And it's like, you know, it wasn't satisfying to die. Whereas like in PUTD, it's like you could try your hardest and still die, and it's like, you know what? At least I gave it my best. At least I gave it a good shot. So it's just a different kind of way that you execute what you need to do, if that makes sense. Do you think that they'll ever make a hard mode for deep dungeons, like higher HP modifiers? I don't have a lot of faith that they will. I hope they will, but I don't have a lot of faith they will. They will, at least from what we've seen, because they haven't done it yet. I mean, I feel like if we just keep saying that it's something that we want and whatnot, sure, but they've never done it, and it's really hard to kind of hope for something that they never showed that they would do in the beginning. Man, I'd have 4, no item 4, 3, no ability on last set that required perfect execution with the palms it gave me. Yeah. And if you're talking like Palace and Heaven on High, that's where it gets so tough, because like each palm is meant for a specific situation. In here, if you get a 4 no item, it's kind of whatever, because you have like multiple answers. Like I can do like 2 Serenity, I can do 2 Incenses, I can do a Devotion. Like it's just like I have so many ways out of a bad problem here, whereas in Heaven on High and Palace, you don't have that many options to get out. And they're not common enough to get them back. That's the other big thing here. With EO and PT, your strongest Pomanders, which is the Incense and the Demi-Clones, for whatever reason, they decided to increase the chance of you getting them up here. So it kind of... If you get, like, kind of lucky, you're just gonna, like, stream on through to the end because you just get too many pickups. You kind of never really get, quote-unquote, too many pickups. You can get very lucky in Heaven on High and kind of wipe your way through the floor, but that's not common. It's way more common here in EO and PT, though. Do I have a schedule? I do. So, as of right now, because I'm actually waiting until Beastmaster. So, our schedule is Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern to about 6 p.m. Eastern, although this Monday I am taking the day off, so note that to anyone who's listening. Other than that, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, I might be a little late to stream because I have a dinner to go to, so I might come home late. But generally, that is my schedule. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern till whenever I get tired. And then Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, which I like to call the EU stream, the EU hour stream. And we will be live both on Twitch and YouTube for all of them. I learned that a damage down gloomed mimic can survive an immolation burst. Really? Damage down gloomed mimic. Interesting. I was actually curious about that. Do I think Blue Mage should be able to deep dungeon? Yes. What else are they doing? They're not even getting a patch. They're not even getting content. Why don't you just chuck them into deep dungeon? At least they can do something. Yeah, I think they should be. I mean, look, Beastmaster's getting their own big-ass game mode that is like a roguelike. I mean, unless they're gonna say that Carnival is the equivalent for Blue Mage as it is to Beastmaster, then sure, but I feel like Carnival is just very limited. There's no replayability in Carnival at all. Like you just, like, there's no reason to redo it again, you know what I mean? Hold on. I should use the Devotion now. Just want to say that you helped me get Necromancer at Pictomancer. Hey, Undead! Welcome to the club. And nice to hear it on Pictomancer. Good job. Let's go. Machinst being definitely a little bit more popular than Pictomancer, but I'm happy to hear that you had success on Picto. Okay, this is a much better floor to nuke this one. I'll be around. Can't wait to catch on Twitch. Hey! Sounds good, man. Cheers, and thanks for finding us, and thanks for consuming the content, and have a wonderful night. Okay, we have to use it now. Because I'm gonna get left and right smited. And I gotta watch for the death dudes. Okay, so to be fair, that followed me, and I realized at the last second that it was following me, so I tried to get around it, but this was too close too, so... I even verbally said, watch out for the guys that explode, but I heard him too close to me, that's why I moved. I didn't realize he actually tracked me down before we died. Okay, that's why we have this secondary raising. Yeah, that's kind of a poor execution on my part, whatever. What's done is done. I don't know why I'm bothering opening the chest. I'm just gonna go. When do you think they'll give the release date for Evercold? JP FanFest. So November. Easily JP FanFest. They're gonna do a 2-hour segment on the new Evolve jobs. They're going to release the date. They're gonna give the final trailer, which will have the date on it. Which I think they always do anyway. I think that's kind of how they typically do it, so they're kind of predictable. January 2027, yep. So if I had to guess, I would say end of January, if I had to guess. But that's not necessarily true. I mean, they definitely don't want to do it on, like, the first week. Like, they don't want to do it New Year's, obviously. So your best candidate is, like, second, third, or fourth week. If you had to, like, you know, put bets on. But not the first week. I don't think the first week would be smart. Well, I mean, viable. Not smart. Viable. You're looking at second, third, or fourth. I hope it's the last weekend, though, because Ananta shows up January 15th, and I'd like to try that game. I like to give some time for that game. The only downside of that one. Hear me out. I don't kill the Dreamer because it's killed me. Twice. Once. That's a treasure room. I need to be careful here. Because if there's a head, then I need to be extremely careful. I don't really need palms, so I'm just gonna go. Unless I see a silver chest and I'll get it, but that's about it. Typical PT, to be honest. Very PT coded. Oh, I forgot. No, I didn't see it. I was distracted. No. Yeah, I'll get this one for you, Dad. I'll do this one just for you, man. Hey, Darth. Darth and Darth are here. No. Fellow Sith. Ball. Oh god, okay, here. Snapshot. That is not the safe spot. So bottom left, bottom left. Hold. Looking for the safe spot. That is the safe spot. Top right, top right, top right. Almost a little late there, but we're fine. We do the wildfire and then swap over one more time, should be all I need. A little too much. That is not the safe spot. So bottom left. I need to go that far, bottom left. Okay, good. Nice, clean, clear. Yeah, Penta melded my crafter armor and accessory. Nice. Alright. There you go, Sammy. There's the Machinist clear in the books. Number 18. Thank you. Number 18. So, nice and clean. 2 deaths. Kind of whatever. But not too bad on the return to Machinist. So, because we did this differently, we should have a different screenshot, right? How do I want to do this? Maybe just sit on the chair? I don't know. Sit. It works. I like to do like a very uniform screenshot for all the clears, and then if we have to do a secondary clear, then we do a different one, right? Change it up a little bit. Alrighty. Hope you enjoyed that. That's your Machinist clear. Nice standard clear. Standard run-of-the-mill clear. Okay. So let's update the title to 18 now. And then let's update the title to Pictomancer. I think I'll do like 1 floor Pictomancer. Maybe? Maybe 2, I don't know. We'll probably do 1. I don't know, so. Yo, what's up, Nist? How you doing? Hold on. Thank you for the raid. Yo, Cafe Fiend, thank you for the raid. Oh, give me a second here. Just change the title over on YouTube. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, guys. I'm Andrews Demoness. We have just finished a Machinist clear in Pilgrim's Traverse. So now we're going to be setting up to start a Pictomancer run. I'm just changing all my titles here. Hey! Okay, let's see. What are we up to? Let's see. Cafe was doing Final Fantasy 14. Oh, how was the 14th directory for you? Hopefully 14 treated you well. Welcome in. It's your first time here. I'm Andrews Demoness. We do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo content here. We help a lot of people. We make a lot of guides for it. If you're ever interested in the solo titles, like the one I have here, the Necromancer, we help you out. It's our community. Omega! Ooh, how was Omega? Omega Savage? Omega Top. I want to think maybe you meant Savage, though. I love it so much. I've been enjoying it. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, cool. Okay, excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Just normal? Hey, it's better than me. I don't even think I've done it. No, I think I got up to a little bit. I certainly haven't finished the raid series. I mean, you did more than me, so... Hald, hello, good to see you. Okay, wait. I gotta... Okay, first, thank you for the raid. If you gotta do any post-stream stuff, do what you gotta do. Gonna be doing at least 1 floor set of Pictomancer here, so... Wanna hang in, you wanna watch that, I'll try to entertain you guys. Let me go up to Nist who asked me something. Okay. Silly question, asks Nist. Have you made video prep guides for new solo attempt players? I'm wanting to attempt all 4 deep dungeons and I seem to be struggling a bit. So I would say how I kind of cater my guides, they are definitely with an approach to a new player vibe. Like, I try not to be like, you know, you need to have this, you need to have that. I try to kind of approach it as, even if it's your first time stepping in, we try to give, like, the vibe of, like, this is what you want to do on the basic level. I will say that, especially if you look at the lower levels, like, let's take the recent Palace of the Dead guides. The lower levels, for sure, they go through almost like an introductory thing about, you know, how you start off, what you need to look for. Like, especially those first 10, first 50 floors, I kind of go over a little bit of those basics. Obviously, you step into the higher floors, let's say like 101 plus, or like even like, let's say 71 plus of like Heaven on High EO. You're already having some type of established gameplay or established kind of fundamentals. So now I put the focus more on like, what to do against the enemies, right? How do you handle the enemies? What do you pull? What do you do this and that? But it's almost like you're establishing the basics in the very beginning as you're starting out, because that is going to be tricky for people. I mean, look, man, a lot of us have been doing this for years and we can fly through 1 to 100, but someone doing it for the first time, they might be struggling 1 to 20, you know, 1 to 50, Heaven on High, 1 to 10. So I try to do that and explain it in that fashion for all of them. However, if you still feel like that it's not quite hitting that note for you, like you still feel like it's a little bit more advanced for you, I'd love to try to approach something in the future, because honestly, like, for me, this is the feedback that I would love to have, because essentially whenever I hear conversation, whether it's in my channel, in Discord, or in other people's channels, I kind of read chat, I kind of listen to what potentially are being asked, and then I kind of mold certain things about how to approach the content. Like a really good example is that I remember in reading the bigger Deep Dungeon Discord, I like to tell the story because it was then of a big part of me to adjust the way I do things. Someone asks in their general chat, "Hey, so I know you're not supposed to pull crawlers in 1NE1. I read all the guides. Like, those are really bad enemies. But what do they do? Like, why are they bad?" And, you know, people would explain, it's like, oh, you know, they do this, they do that. But in my head, as I'm reading it, I'm like, that's actually a really good question, because in my guides previous, I would be like, oh, you see this? Don't pull it. You don't want to fight that thing. I don't really show you why you don't fight it. It's almost like take my word for it. But then I kind of shifted things, being like, okay, well, in the future, we just pull everything. I'm going to show you what it does, and you can come to a determination if you like the fight or not. It's almost like, you know, I'm giving you kind of that freedom of deciding what you do with the information. It isn't like, do this and win. It's more like, here's the information. This is what I like to do. This is my preference of how I like to do things. But it's still up to you to interpret what that means to you, right? So I really take those kind of thought things, a lot of ideas into heart, because whenever we create a new guide, which we will be in Evercold, I try to take all of those and kind of apply them in. So let me know if that's something that, like, you feel like it's still not quite hitting the right note that you're looking for, especially if it's like a newer player approach. I have a good recommendation if you're open to outside. I have a good recommendation if you're open to your... Oh, yes! I think you're going to bring up Essie's videos, right, Ross? Essie actually hits a really good beginner one. I guess the biggest question I have at the moment is, as a new player, how the hell were you able to post that link? Anyway, that link is from our really, really good friend Absolute Essie, who actually does kind of hit that note of, like, the beginner part of Deep Dungeon in that kind of context of, like, you know, starting off more generalized thing, where I'm a little bit more kind of isolated. I'm not isolated, but I'm a little bit more specific on, like, the job, right? Machinist, Red Mage, Picto. Check hers out. But let me read your thing. I have at the moment is that, as a new player attempting, do I need to be comfortable with repeated attempts to get my ether pool up before attempting a legitimate run? Yes. Not Palace, though. Palace, you actually get set up really well in Palace as a new player. You don't have to repeat anything. Literally, if you do a straight 1 to 100, you are guaranteed to get full ether pool cap by the time you're at 101. So Palace, it's fine. Heaven on High and EO will be a little bit rougher. EO being the hardest in my opinion. Heaven on High, you could theoretically clear at base value. It's not recommended, but you could clear at, like, you just unlocked it and go for the clear. But you would want to get a couple, because it also helps you get potions, because you would want potions, also depending on the job you take. Getting regen potions in Heaven on High and EO is pretty important. PT, not as hard as Heaven on High and EO, where you have to repeat as much, but not as good as POTD. PT, you probably have to only do maybe like one or like 2 or 3 repetitions to then be on track to be okay with your ether pool. I would also say in PT, it's definitely fair that, like, you can probably do one actual attempt to just, like, see how you clear the first one. You probably die midway. You run it again, you're probably fine in an ether pool. Heaven on High and EO, you'd have to actually probably go a little bit in the farming route to spam 21 to 30 to get it, like, kind of a little bit more in order. But that's just kind of the way it is at the moment. Thank you, Ross. Thank you for bringing it up. Project Oops is a philosophy. Yeah. Yeah, Project Oops is actually part of what people suggest too. Remy says, in case you are hit with a situation where you need to fight one of those off-limit mobs before, now you can make an informed decision. Help me a ton. I'm happy to hear that, Remy, because I think that is important. Because from my point of view, I just want to give you guys as much information as possible. Not gonna hit everything. I try to hit everything as much as I can, and of course, the rest of it is our community, right? You ask a question, the community answers the question from their own point of view. That's kind of the secondary kind of reinforcement of that information, the real-time kind of back and forth of just dialogue. But it's those conversations that I try to pay attention to so that I can inject them into the new one. Because, I mean, I'm going to make a new guide in Evercold. So it's just kind of making sure I get continually better at those guides to kind of fit the needs of what people are looking for, right? So I really appreciate the insight. I attempted EO and died at floor 3. Okay. Wait, there's where's my video? I don't know if you've seen this one, but let me pull this one up. Yes, perfect one. Okay, here we go. Because this actually still applies, Nist. If you haven't seen this video I did in relation to a new player. We took all 21 jobs. I nuked my ether pole to 0-0. And we put all 21 jobs through the 1 to 10 EO to see what can actually clear 1 to 10. And not everything can clear 1 to 10 unless you got lucky with a demi-clone. Like, I actually removed that out of the equation because getting a demi-clone is kind of rare in EO because you only start getting them by 7. So that video may be a good reference to see if the job that you're trying might be one that might be a little trickier. Now, to be fair, I was able to get to the boss on all jobs. I just wasn't able to clear the boss on all jobs. But also, one of the things we do in EO is like big AoE pulling, and that could be a little bit trickier depending on, you know, kind of your comfort level. EO benefits early on from like mass pulling and killing the whole floor, mostly because they don't really auto-attack you that much, and the respawns are kind of ridiculous over there. But of course, you have to get used to it first, so... Tara says, about to go into Palace now, going to have you in the background. Got me 30 minutes. She also made videos for each deep dungeon, which are more of a guide format, and then my runs are more live feel, so it's different types of videos. And I think it's such a good complement to everything, too. How are those videos doing? I hope they're doing good. Let me see.
Are you hoping?
No, Essie, no, I didn't ask you to talk. Oh, they're doing great. Oh, I love it. Essie's the bell video. Oh, she's sounding great on the microphone. She sounds amazing on the microphone. In EO, I would recommend being pretty aggressive on palm usage on the first few attempts in 1 to 10. Also, nests. I'll drop you one more before I kind of continue here, but we can keep talking too, because I'll just get into pick them answer. Invite to server, copy button. If you're not in this Discord, try this one. This is not my Discord, but you are welcome to join my Discord if you want to. If you want to join my Discord, you're welcome to. However, that first one, that's the big deep dungeon Discord, and they do a lot of regular team runs in that Discord. So if you're getting a little frustrated with potentially getting through EO, especially on the first floors, might be able to find a group to kind of at least usher you through the first couple floors, and then you could solo the rest. Of course, if you're in a journey where like you don't want to interact with people, you hate humans, and you just want to do everything by yourself, which look, I completely understand, and I get you. There are ways to do it. It's just you have to, like Darth suggested, you have to be a little bit more aggressive with Pomanders and kind of get through. But you have options. Whatever is going to suit your fancy, right? So whatever you're kind of okay with. So live SC is a bit different. Is she less New York? With in her overall guide video, she's a little bit less how you doing? With less sailor. Okay, let me swap to pick them answer. Cheese first. For sure, so I had to take up your run. No, I love talking Discord. Not Discord. I love talking Deep Dungeon. You are good. I'm just vibing. Honestly, we're just chilling. I'm vigorously writing all this down. I'm on Dark Knight, so it's been an easier experience. Dark Knight can get through. Dark Knight can get through. Hey, look, I'll be here for another 30 minutes. I'm gonna try to get through Pictomancer. So if you got more questions, please ask away. And I'll be okay, so I'll be hopefully back live tomorrow. I got a dinner tomorrow. And I might come home late. So I'll announce on Discord if I can't make it to stream. Like if I don't get home before like 11 p.m. Eastern, I'm not gonna go live because I also have to wake up early the next day. If I can get home before 10, then I'll go live. But if it's like after 10, I'll announce on Discord and say I might cancel. It is what it is. Cause like I'm traveling like an hour away to go for dinner, and so like traffic might be ass. I can't control it. Like if that's just gonna happen, then it's gonna happen. So. This is how I feel when I first started asking questions years ago. It's hard to find a kinder, more welcoming place than... Oh, thanks, Henry. I mean, the community is really good. Honestly, like... I'll admittedly say, sometimes the answers are a little, like... too... What's the best way I can put it? What's the best way I can put this? It's not aggressive. Aggressive's not the word I'm looking for. This will sound a little harsh, but it's like... No, not sharp. It's almost like a little out of touch. It's a little strong, but that's the word that's the phrase I'd be looking for. With some of the responses that you may get, depending on how you ask a question, because it's like... The gamer responding to it is not wrong, but it's also not quite in the proper context, or rather it's lacking context, right? It's almost like the common one I see a lot of times, it's like, hey, what do you think of this shot? Oh, it's the easiest of all of them. But it's like, it's kind of lacking a lot of context by saying it's the easiest. That's why I never like to say that, because it's like, everyone's going to be different, right? Of course, if you kind of explain that, it makes more sense. But if you just kind of go like, you know, two-word answer, that's kind of where it gets tricky. But regardless of that, one of the things that I do like about the community as a whole is that someone asks a question, you're going to get a real answer back. And I've never seen much of any people like directly trolling, like giving just a wrong answer. And that's been really good too, because people are like, they genuinely want to help. Like from the bottom of their heart, everyone who gives some type of answer in response to a deep dungeon question it's genuinely trying to help, you know? It's just I would do it differently, but that's fine. That's the cool thing about individuality and everything. Right? Everyone's just gonna be different, so it's perfectly fine. No, I don't want to do that. It's just not like the way I would answer it, but it's fine. So I always pay attention to that too. What's up, Cypher? I've been doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. Okay, so we're gonna do 10 floors and then we'll call it a night. But I also need to remember how to play this shot because I don't think I really, even though I did it for MSQ like 3 weeks ago, I don't think I remember how to play this shot. Like, it's different in Deep Dungeon is I guess what I'm saying. And I also need to figure out how I want to play this shot because that's the other part. Like what buttons I want to use. That's a good start. There's a respawn. Oh, that works. That does not work, that's the wrong button. Okay. Wait, it's Chester. Sometimes people are mistakenly confident about some things, like you should just skip chess at higher force reward mimics and one advice I saw not long ago. Yeah. And that's what it is. It's like, I think like a lot of the responses you get, I don't think they're 100% wrong. It's just with a little more explanation, it may make a little bit more sense, but you know, it really could be a lot worse, to be honest. Like, it really could be a lot worse. But that is what I'm grateful for, that the community as a whole is kind of what Henry said. Like, they're good. And like, it's more just like being nitpicky a little bit because, you know, again, it's just not how I would phrase it, but then look at any other community and it is like almost a disaster. If your class doesn't have science and you don't need palms. Like, if your class doesn't have science and you don't need palms, yeah. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this AoE on Picto. I'm not 100% sure yet. I can fast cast, but like... probably where I want to use Swift a lot. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I forgot the last one. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna cast it now. I got the other one. I should get the other one up. Actually, I didn't want to hit that button right now. I'm gonna have 23. Okay. Hey Nist, I appreciate that follow. I really wish you the best of luck, and I hope you're able to have some good times with Deep Dungeon as much as we do over here. I unlocked PT the other day, so now I finally have all Deep Dungeons unlocked. Actually, I wiped in the 10 boss in the first attempt. Hey, you had to. I mean, you had to join us all, right? Hell yeah, brother. Okay, that was what you mean. I'm on time at the moment. Safety. Also in Cafe, thank you for the follow too with the raid. Really appreciate that. Zoomies. I gotta remember my motives. My motifs. Oh god, I hit the wrong button. Hope you've been enjoying the content. Your content's DD, and field operations are my favorite pieces of content. Oh, dude, the duels are so much fun. I was really upset that they didn't put duels in Occult, but it is what it is. I still need to get a full clear on this one in a group, as I am not good at soloing these. Hey, Cypher, you know, we're all about soloing, so if you need any help about it, we can get you to get good. At least I would want to think so. How's Picto going? We just started it off. I'm only gonna be able to do 10 floors, but we just started it, and so far so decent. It's not about how good you start, but how good you get. Yeah, that's true. Welcome back, Mr. Mr. Marzu. Okay, that was not nice. There's my bark bomb. A little easy boss this time. If you hate yourself, Deep Dungeon is Reaper. Hey, Reaper's good! I like Reaper. I've been looking at more like Ninja Samurai. In Reaper, I was like, what if I don't go range and go with melee? For Palace, melee is definitely rough. I mean, it'll have a little bit of an easier behemoth, relatively speaking, but Godfather is going to be so tough in Palace. Ninja's a lot of fun. Reaper is one of the more favorited jobs in Palace of the Dead because of its shield and its dashing. It's really good utility. Ninja is great with its mobile damage because you have a lot of range attacks with Raiton and everything, so it's good. I like it. Kiwi and Raids? Ooh, that I'm not sure. I think they're pretty equal. I don't know which one's kind of the better one, so that's gonna have to be deferred checks. I can't tell you that one. I would have no idea. Dang it. We'll definitely ask, is trying to remember all the pots you need and then which mobs they avoid, like Chameleon hate those with a passion. I think a lot of people hate those with a passion, to be fair. I think they're funny. I've gotten to a good understanding with them. Okay. Yeah, probably like, yeah, probably like parse info is probably the best way to go look about it. But I'm not, I'll be unable to help you in that department. I missed the chest completely. Feels bad. I've been getting 1,000,000 steel and no strength. Yeah, last set. I'll do one more set for me. Knock on wood, today's connection I think has been pretty solid. So yay me. Oh my god, I got like 1,000,000 steel literally. We cleared Machinist earlier, so we moved on to Picto. So that's our next goal right now. Get a lot of work on it today. Definitely won't go for clear tomorrow, but we'll try to see as much as I can get. I forgot to set up my thing. Dude, I can't believe I keep forgetting this. I'm gonna have to get this into habit because it's literally gonna kill me. Hey, poison fruit. Let's go. Fortune again. And a bark bomb. 2 bark bombs. Love it. Okay, no. No items, so I have to be a little bit careful here. And no Serenity, which also extra careful. Might have to break this into 2. Might be a little bit too much here. Oh, great. Hey, Deadly Soul, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Did they not break my shield the first time? Yikes. Oh my god, the amount of steel I've gotten on this run is insane. Aw, oh, I'm glad. And thanks for giving me that follow. Cheers. Hope it was a fun time. Hope it is a fun time. Don't run out of my buff. Indeed, it is floor. Yeah, 180 is indeed scary for everyone on the planet. But it's a fun challenge, that's for sure. At least in my opinion it is. A lot of time. I can actually stay on this floor for a little bit. Hey, devotion, which means this is probably a 3-room. Guess I could just do the boss straight up then. I'll have so much time to do it. Yeah, this is insane. Like, I've gotten to steal like every single floor, a couple of them multi. But I have no strength, which is gonna be weird. That's another steal! You know, because I don't have the strength, I probably Bark Bomb. Because I don't have the strength. It was rougher back in the day. That is true. 100% true. I mean, before we had to drop food. I had someone asking me, because they were looking at an older video, they're like, "What? Why do you have to drop food?" I had to give them this whole, like, history lesson of, like, why did we drop food before? Or why it was necessary, but why it's not necessary now. I didn't see a single strength. I didn't see a single strength. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my answer here is that I would just Bark Bomb. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I could just, like, I guess I could just do it without it, whatever. I'll just do it without it. We can showcase it, sure. It's just more annoying, that's all it is. You definitely bored to answer this point if you want something to feel close to the old days. It's true. Hey, thanks for tier 1! That goes such a long way. It goes such a long way, Deadly Soul. I appreciate it. Sometimes you see a ticker at the top of chat. It'll show about the Partner Plus program. Those tier 1s go into the Partner Plus program. So ever so slowly we're aiming for that level 2, so that's where that goes to. So I very much appreciate it. I wish gift subs did it, but it's just tier subs. They only do it. We'll do this straight up. I should basically be fine. If I line up my hammer on every single one, we'll be good. So every time an ad comes in, we just hammer it and we'll be fine. Yeah, and I could haste. True. Whoops. LOL. Yeah, hammer should be fine. Mancer is strong. Actually had fun with Warrior PT. Yeah, I like Warrior PT. That was my first clear Warrior. It did a good job for me. I was in too close. Too close. Involved. In terms of usability on tank involved, you say Paladin and Warrior have the easiest time using them in a solo setting? Paladin... yes. Hold on. Hang for like 5 minutes. Get hang for like 5 minutes. Like, I want to give a good answer, and currently, I don't have the brain capacity for it. That's the wrong button. Okay. Oh, this wasn't really smart, or whatever. Because of that, get me over to the buff. I think I can just go for the kill. Yeah, oh yeah, we're gonna go for the kill. Yeah, who needs strength? Okay. Okay, so keeping it in terms of usability, Paladins is kind of like the most, definitely the most simplest, because it's basically just hit the button and you're in zone for however many seconds. Not to mention, if you use landmines, you're not dropping HP. Gunbreakers is not bad at all, and not to mention, depending on what level you are, like in combination with whatever the what button's that? I don't know the name of the button. I don't know buttons. I don't know names of buttons. Heart of Corundum. When you use that in combination with Super Bowl Line, I mean you basically just get you get all your HP back anyway. So it's really nice with Gunbreaker. So like how Boss put it, it's essentially the same. Yeah, because before you drop to 1 with Gunbreaker, that does not happen anymore. You only drop to 50% at most, and you could bring it back up with all of the heals that Gunbreaker has anyway. Warrior, I actually like Warrior's utility. In terms, again, you're keeping it within the terms of usability, right? So in usability, Warrior's is a little bit tricky because it is recommended that you do a macro, that you target yourself on Warrior, because one of the problems you run into Warrior is if you target the enemy with your invuln and you kill that enemy, your invuln's gone. That's bad because if you're thinking like, oh, I got 8 seconds of invuln, but the enemy you just bound, it's gone, you lost the invuln. So it's better to like target yourself with that so that you have the full invuln guaranteed. And so that gets a little dicey. Dark Knight is almost like how I like to explain Dark Knight is you have to think in reverse, because with all the other 3 of them, you typically like, pop your defense, pop your heal, pop your regen, pop your heal. Pop your heal, pop your defense, and then invuln, right? Or like you would do it maybe because you kind of, especially like Warrior, right? You don't want to like, you want to kind of make sure that you don't dip that low and you kind of get the HP up. You kind of want to get all the hots going so that when 8 seconds drops, at least you have your heals coming up. In Dark Knight, you want to do the reverse in that you want to take it raw with Soul Eater because you want to dip down to 0 HP. And then once you do, then you get everything back up. You use your Abyssal Drain, you get your defenses back up because you want to survive after Walking Dead finishes. So you do it in reverse, and that has messed me up a lot because it's like you just have to think differently with Dark Knight. So like, if like let's say you're a Dark Knight main, I would say usability is probably fine because you're used to it. But if you're traversing through the 4 tanks, like you're going Paladin, Warrior, Gunbreaker, the Dark Knight could give you a little bit of an interesting problem because you might be conditioned to set yourself up defensively beforehand, whereas Dark Knight you need to set it up all after you use your invuln. Does that make sense? But you're keeping it in terms of usability. To add on to that, I actually like Warriors a little bit better because I think Warrior does have a shorter cooldown. I think it still has a shorter cooldown. So like you get to use it more often, if anything. But also depends on the content too. Like Palace and Heaven and High, I think it matters more. EO and PT matters a little less. So hope that answers your question, Lodi. Is that a good one? Was that clear? So, but he has his own perks. But again, it comes down to what you use it for, right? I mean, if you're thinking like landmines, then I mean they're great, but Dark Knight would be the weirdest because you have to kind of manage however you decide to use it on a landmine. If you're using it for like no shit, then they kind of all serve the same purpose for no shit, in my opinion. Okay, perfect. What's up, Quack? I like targeting enemy though for buys because I'm trapped here with you, but you're also trapped in here with me vibes. Yeah, that's fair. Hey guys, thank you for joining me today. That'll be it for me today. We did a good job. We cleared Machinists, made Sammy happy. Now we're working on Pictomancer. If you want to follow all of our other channels, that's all the socials. The main YouTube channel, that's where all of the Deep Dungeon stuff, so all the guys who are coming in, who are like happy about the videos, that's where all those videos are coming from the main channel. The Variety channel, currently posting my SAO playthrough that we did last week and like the past month, slowly getting up there. So if you want to check out any of the playthrough I did from the hardest difficulty, on hardcore mode, that's Echoes of Ironcrad, that's in the Variety channel, and anything else that I didn't do 14, that's on the Variety channel. And I highly recommend, if you're not in my Discord, check it out, because tomorrow, my scheduled stream is 9 p.m. Eastern on a Friday night. Problem is, I'm gonna be going out for dinner with family. So there's a possibility I might come home late. So maybe plan for 10 p.m. But if I'm home later than 10 p.m., I may just cancel because I do have to be awake the next morning a little bit early. It would be like a 2-hour, 3-hour stream. I'll just be like, all right, I'm just gonna pass. Yeah, it's one of those things. So, but I will post on Discord to keep everyone posted. I don't like being late. I don't like missing my schedule. So if anything is going weird, then I will update you on Discord as it's going on. So, but if anything, Saturday night, I can at least guarantee Saturday night should be good, and you could expect Pictomancer for both days. So, but thank you guys. Thank you for joining me. Zamp, Quack, I get to see you. Wallen, of course. Remy, Cypher, Streams, Meeson, everybody else, everyone on YouTube, thank you for joining me. Alright, let me see if we can go into someone in the 14 directory. Let me check if there's anyone potentially in the community. No, not doing Deep Dungeon if anything, but they're doing Skyrim. Nothing against Skyrim. I'm sure Skyrim's great. I've never played Skyrim. Okay, let me see. Deep Dungeon, Deep Dungeon, Deep Dungeon. Always so rare to find someone doing Deep Dungeon. Ooh, well there is kind of one person doing Deep Dungeon. Let me see. Is this solo or is this duo? Otherwise I might go to people I know. This is... It's a 3-man party. No, okay. Let me see someone else. It's neither of the two options, because there was like a co-stream, but it was neither of the two options. Well, I'm not usually up in this hour, and I don't... Man, like, all the people are all different. I don't know any of these people anymore. Goodness gracious. It's so weird not being on the directory for so long. Hey, Nist, appreciate you. A cat, thank you. I do want to stick it in 14, though. There's a Sprout. Let me check the Sprout. Maybe a new player to the game would be fun to visit. Yeah, sure. Let's go visit a Sprout. They're level 57. Oh, that's a minor though. Yeah, sure. That's not... Wait, are they English? That'll be awkward. Hey, Jen. Jen, I'm heading out. I'm sorry. They are English. They're also Canadian. Okay, so not that that matters. Okay, we'll go drop you guys off to Habit TV, who is a Sprout. So treat Sprouts well. Maybe you can convince them to do Deep Dungeon. I don't know. Have a good one. What's wrong? Actually, there's nothing. I do like our fellow Canadians. It's just, I don't typically see them on the tags, so it's just, I mean, I was reading the tags, I was just making sure they speak English, so, convince them. Well, they're doing a minor, so you can tell them to, you know, swap to botany, I don't know. Have a good night, guys. I'll catch you hopefully tomorrow. Good night.